hostage, and I would add probably around 2 million Palestinians in Gaza being held hostage. Our concern for the people that are being abducted, the men, women, and children, the Holocaust survivors, the elderly, is at the top of our priority list. They need to be released. They need to come home, and we need to make that happen as soon as possible.
Go back.
Of course, their presence in Gaza influences our operation.
Go back and watch that video.
I won't go into that because out of respect for their families, I
Meant
don't want to jeopardize any efforts.
the look on that child's face.
Lieutenant Colonel, I'm going back to the hospital building and just ask this question. Something that Jonathan just alluded to, which is that earlier in the show, which is that there's a lot of contested
Go back to watch
claims
that
about
video.
responsibility there. Those will be litigated and the court of public opinion to some extent over the course of the days and weeks to come.
Because that is
the Arab street, so to speak, that
child
seems to have made its mind. I wonder what the might be able to do to put forward a public case. If this hospital lobby becomes a central subject for a larger flame, what can you do in terms of presenting evidence?
Go back and watch that video.
Douse that flame. Do you think that's reasonable?
Because as someone who has personally experienced some truly horrific things in their lives, that child experienced something that will haunt him for every last day of his life. And if he is lucky to make it to go back and watch that video and look into that child's eyes. As the looking child who experienced something so horrific, he will never be the same. It is something that will haunt him till his dying breath. That is what is happening to the children right now in Gaza. The ones who are lucky enough to survive, if you want to call it lucky. Because the things that I've experienced pale in comparison to what that child experiences. Go back and watch that video and look at that child's eyes. There's the look of someone who has experienced something truly life-changingly horrific. Go back and watch that video and pay close attention to that child's face and his eyes. That child has experienced something so traumatic. His life will never return to any form of normalcy, regardless of where he is. And that is happening to multiple children every day in Gaza right now. See, I've experienced some truly horrific things in my life. And I can only fathom what that child just experienced. And if that child is not taken care of, go back and watch that video. Pay close attention to that child's face and the look in his eyes. Because as a child, let's just witness something so horrific. He will be haunted by it for the rest of his natural life. And when he finds out who's responsible, there's nothing that's going to stop him from getting justice if he is not corrupt. Go back and watch that video. Pay close attention to the look on that child's face, in his eyes. That child just experienced something so truly horrific that you cannot comprehend unless you experience it yourself. Now, whatever that child experienced will haunt him till his dying breath. And I know that because of the things that I've experienced continue to haunt me to this very day. The difference is what I experienced is not an act of terror. What he experienced was an act of terror. And if you want to know where terrorists come from, it'll be from children who experience what that child just experienced and does not receive any type of psychological help in a timely manner. If he is left to just deal with it, that's how we end up with more terrorists. You want to know why people turn into terrorists? What that child just experienced. That's why we have people who become terrorists. Because they've seen what little his life and the lives of those that he witnessed be extinguished matter to others. And if that child does not receive psychological help immediately and continually through the rest of his life, he will become a terrorist. No doubt about it.
When the white people turn into terrorists, what that child just experienced is why we have people who become terrorists. Because they see what his life and the lives of those that he witnessed be extinguished matter to others. If that child does not receive psychological help immediately and continually for the rest of his life, he will become a terrorist. No doubt about it. When the white people turn into terrorists,
Ooh.
Well, this is the moment right here, Miko. We're all getting to see Joe Biden giving these remarks. This is what from these remarks that we're about to see is what will be cut and played across cable news over the course of the next 24 hours. This is a moment for him to project the strength and the determination and the support for Israel that he wants to project. We will see what America and the world make of it.
Yep, and shaky politics here at home. A big vote on Capitol Hill today for Speaker of the House. We'll see what happens there. We kind of need one. Ana Cabrera and Jose Diaz-Villar pick up the coverage in 2 minutes.
I do take balance with nature and have for years. I love to go on walks, hikes, anything.
Worst 2 weeks after injection causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking. Eye problems or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not
Oh, it's cold.
Honey,
Honey,
honey, give me April Severe Honey.
Dayquil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste because life doesn't stop for a cold.
okay, I'm ready to go.
What, you want me to do a video saying that they do receive
Try Dayquil Severe Honey for
the
powerful
aid
cold and flu relief.
and the
Dayquil
care
Severe with honey flavor.
that children
Daytime
need
coughing, aching, stuffy
when
head
they
fever,
experience
honeylicious, power through your day medicine.
horrific things like that. Guarantee you those children that survived the terrorist attack over the weekend are already getting help. So yeah, there's a big difference. Israeli children are not at risk of becoming terrorists other than being indoctrinated to believe that they are under constant attack, that the world is after them. Oh, you mean like in the way that those children who survived the terrorist attack from Hamas are already getting care, already being looked after, who are not being indoctrinated. Other So you mean those children who survived the terrorist attack from Hamas, who are already getting psychological and medical care that uh, all children in this conflict deserve? The children who have a family to go to in a safe area, the children who are receiving aid by our very government as well through this. Yeah, there's no comparison between the two. Israeli children are not at danger of becoming terrorists. So you want me to talk about the Israeli? Oh yeah, those Israeli children who survived the Hamas terrorist attack, who are already receiving psychological care, both from having their parents still, in many cases, and medical assistance. The same Israeli children who are receiving aid from our very government as well, who still have a bed to sleep in and a meal to eat, clean water. Those Israeli children, yeah, they are far less likely to become terrorists because they're receiving aid. It's those Muslim children that people like you like to hate on, who are left to their own devices, who become the terrorists because they don't receive the psychological care that's needed, who have lost their families in a horrific way, who have watched their families turn into mist in an explosion, who don't have access to a regular meal, clean water, communication with family that's still alive. But yeah, what about the Israeli children?
Yeah, those Israeli children who survived the Hamas terrorist yeah, those Israeli children who survived the Hamas terrorist attack, who are already receiving psychological care, both from having their parents still, in many cases, and medical assistance. The same Israeli children who are receiving
Hamas terrorist attack. Yes, let's not forget them. Yeah, because they are already receiving psychological care, medical care. Have a nice warm bed to sleep in, a meal every day. Yeah. A good healthy diet, access to clean water, access to family members, away from the attacks. Let's not forget the Israeli children who did survive the Hamas terrorist attack, that are receiving medical, psychological care already, who are sleeping in comfortable beds right now. Most likely well away from conflicts that's going on. Yeah. The children who are eating 3 warm meals a day as well, with clean water and electricity with their internet. The ones that are also receiving financial assistance from our very government right now. The only way those children are at risk of becoming terrorists is through the indoctrination that the Israeli government is putting them through and believing that the world is up to this. So until you experience something horrible, shut the fuck up and sit there. Yes, the Israeli children, that's right. The ones that survived the ones that have the ones that were actively receiving right now. The ones that are not having to worry about. Here we go. Or not having to worry about
For the ones who get it
where their
done,
next
the most
meal is
important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Granger, because we have professional
financial
supplies for
assistance
every
from our
industry,
very
even hard to find products. And we have
Yes,
same-day pickup and next-day delivery on mobile.
because our
We
president
have unwavering
is over
commitment
there
to help keep you up and running. Call
doubling
Granger
down
or
on
just stop by.
that
Granger.
aid and support. So, yeah. they are not the same. What the Israeli children experienced is horrific. But you missed my fucking point of that's how. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is a comment that shows that the point of the video ladies and gentlemen, I forget to a comment that shows that they missed the point of said video that it was left on, or doesn't give a shit about the children of God. Unlike the children of God. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I present you with a comment that was left on a post where it shows that either there's no care about the children of Gaza or what that child experienced, or they're just ignorant, and blissfully so. So, shall we do a little compare and contrast with this post? The Israeli children who survived the or experienced that terrorist attack from Hamas. Okay? Israeli children receiving psychological care. Gaza children not receiving psychological care right now. Israeli children receiving medical care, quality medical care right now. Gaza children not, because there's no hospitals now. Israeli children have a nice warm bed to sleep in. Gaza children have a nice warm piece of concrete that just got blown up to sleep on. Israeli children get a nice warm meal. Gaza children might be able to find some berries or, a granola bar to eat once a day. Israeli children, clean drinking water. Gaza children, let's risk it, because they're thirsty. Israeli children got electricity with internet. Gaza children might have a campfire given to them by the bomb that just exploded, that was dropped by an Israeli war. Israeli children have family to go to. Even if they lost family, there's still other family that they're able to go to. Gaza children, even if they have family outside of Gaza, they're not allowed to leave Gaza. Do I need to fucking go on? Or do you get the fucking points already?
Ladies and gentlemen, where it shows that either there's no care about the children with God's and what that child experienced. They're just ignorant. And blissfully so. So I do a little compare and contrast with this post.
sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable Scenting going into your washing machine and giving it those freshness that lasts all day. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus all the protection with Downy Unstoppable in wash that teeth. An incredible deep voice doesn't sell B2B. And advertising on the wrong platform doesn't sell B2B either. That's why if you're a B2B marketer, you should use LinkedIn ads. With LinkedIn ads, you'll be able to target over 7 million decision makers all in one place. No deep voice required. Get started together. See why LinkedIn is the place to be. We'll even give you a $100 credit on your next campaign. Go to linkedin.com/targeting to claim your credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Post had nothing to do with what happened to that hospital. Quit being disingenuous, because you know full well that post has nothing to do. See, ladies and gentlemen, here's the and I present to you another disingenuous comment, ladies and gentlemen. Because the post that this comment was left on had nothing to do ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another disingenuous post. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another disingenuous comment left on my post. That my comment about having nothing to do with the fact that the hospital was long being accidentally by a terrorist organization for Hamas, or by Israel using one of the fear fact that you provided with ammunition that we provided. But the point of that video is that that child is not receiving the care needed, and will become a terrorist because of that. To you, yet another disingenuous comment left on a post of mine that my comments had nothing to do with whether or not it was a accidental bombing by a fellow terrorist organization to Hamas, or what it's most likely Israel who did it. Yet the whole point of the video you completely missed. So let me reiterate. If that child does not receive the care it needs, they can become a terrorist just like everyone else who does not receive the fucking care they need. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another disingenuous comment. And unfortunately, I do not have my dry erase board and crayons. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another disingenuous, brain dead comment that is a fine example of whataboutism. Because the video that this was left on had nothing to do with the fucking hospital being bombed by whom? Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another disingenuous, brain-dead comment. And why is it a disingenuous, brain-dead comment? It's because it was left on a video that the point of said video has nothing to do with whom bombed the fucking hospital. Has to do with that child receiving the care that they need. Doesn't matter who fucking bombed the hospital. Woo. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another brain dead, disingenuous comment. Because that video that this was left on has nothing to do with who bombed the fucking hospital. Has to do with the fact that that child does not receive the care he needs. There will be hell to pay, one way or another. And the odds of him becoming a member of Hamas grow by the day that he does not receive the proper psychological care that he deserves.
Because that video that this was left on has nothing to do with it on the fucking hospital. It has to do with the fact that that child does not receive the care he needs. There will be hell to pay, one way or another. And the odds of him becoming a member of the loss grow by the day that he does not receive the proper psychological care that he needs. Because that, ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another brain dead, disingenuous comment. Because that video that this was left on has nothing to do with it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another brain dead, disingenuous comment. Because that video that this was left on has nothing to do with who bombed the fucking hospital. It has to do with the fact that that child does not receive the care he needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with yet another brain dead, disingenuous comment. Because that video that this was left on ladies and gentlemen, I present you with a comment that was left on a post where it shows that either there's no care about
No, actually, as reported by their own fucking government Twitter account, and then deleted 5 minutes after it was posted because they realized it's a fucking war crime.
actually is by their fucking government Twitter account. And then deleted 5 minutes after it was posted. Because they realized
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than leaves and competitive-free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfects, since it's gentle on your skin. Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide
So-
Free and Gentle.
This is your last comment.
Delivery.
I'm blocking you.
Playtime. And Simparica Trio. Simparica Trio means getting outside and having fun, knowing your dog is protected. It's the first monthly chewable that protects dogs from heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, round and hookworms.
Do I need to waste the breath to explain how this is a...
Use with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. Be sure to tap to read the full prescribing information. Ask your veterinarian about Simparica Trio. Tap or visit SimparicaTrio.com to learn more.
Do I really need to waste the breath to explain how this is a racist and Islamophobic comment? Either way, this person's being blocked now for this comment alone. Doesn't matter how. All right. Anybody that comes across any more of my videos today, I have made it very clear I will not tolerate anti-Islamic or anti-Semitic comments. So should I really have to waste the breath to explain how this is anti-Islamic and racist? And yes, this person's going to be blocked as soon as I post this video, so they will not see it. I don't care. All right, So this is going to be the last time I interact with this commenter, and is the last time this commenter will be able to post anything on this thread. Because, as I've stated before, I will not tolerate anti-set. Alright, so this will be the last time I interact with this. It will be the last time you have a chance to interact with this. And it's the last time you'll see the video and I see it even say you use on this thread. Because it's clearly before. I will not tolerate anything else, nor anti-Islamic, nor racist. But really even waste any breath explaining how this falls under that category. Um, So since apparently you like to report videos that are forceful, I'm replying to the comment TikTok, and it's the fact that well, let's try this again, TikTok, because I'm replying to the fucking comment, not the commenter. So it's not harassment or bullying. The video that this comment was left on well, since you apparently like to report videos that you don't like, i.e. the one that I left in response to this comment, responding to the comment, not you, you're now blocked. Have it life. Since you apparently like to report videos and given the fact I was replying to you. Well, it appears that we have a user that doesn't like the way I reply to comments and likes to report those replies to comments as harassment and bullying, even though I'm not directing said comments towards said user. We now have a user that will be blocked. Well, it appears we have a user that does not like how I reply to the comments instead of the user, and thus reports said video reply to that comment that they left. We now have another user that will be blocked.
We have a user that does not like how I reply to the comment. Well, it appears we have a user.
I was crossing the street when I met the love of my life. I chased after her. Nothing would stand in my way. Not the dog walker, nor the hot dog vendor. Finally reaching her, I asked, what do you call that unusual smell? Green flames. Oh, I love that name. Said one of the boys.
family done.
Camelback and Protector Winters teamed up to create an all-new Camelback collection, each with a unique mountain illustration to remind us to protect and preserve all of Earth's natural wonders. Use the code VALDAY on camelback.com for 15% off. Exclusions apply. Only at camelback.com.
Well, it appears we have a user that does not like the fact that I reply to comments and not directly to the user, and felt harassed and bullied. So yeah, this user is not going to be here. the war crime part would be the fact that Israel bombed intentionally well, the war crime part. So the war crime part about that is that by Israel's so the war crime part, according to so immediately after that hospital was bombed, Israel's defense ministry or whatever posted on Twitter stating that they intentionally targeted a hospital occupied by Hamas terrorists and successfully destroyed it. 5 minutes later, they deleted it because it wasn't a Hamas occupied hospital. So the fact that they intentionally bombed a hospital full of civilians is a war crime. And that tweet would be evidence against them supporting the fact that they committed said crime.
So, immediately after that hospital was bombed, Israel's defenseman So, immediately after that hospital was bombed, Israel's that hospital was bombed. So, immediately after that hospital was bombed, Israel's defense ministry, whatever, posted on Twitter stating that they intentionally targeted a hospital occupied by Hamas terrorists and successfully destroyed it. 5 minutes later, they deleted it because it wasn't a Hamas.
Or you can do a coalition government. He thinks that might be enough to push people back
So
into
the
the
fact
system.
that
We
they
might get to see those scenarios
intentionally
play out today. And so
bombed
let's
a
look at who
hospital
we are watching with Steve
full of
Barnett and Steve.
civilians
We know yesterday
is a
Biden
war
lost
crime.
the votes of 20 Republicans. He can only
And that
afford to
tweet
lose 4 if he is to become
would be
speaker. So what are you
evidence
watching?
Yeah,
against
so this is
them
the list of the 20
supporting the
Republicans
fact
yesterday
that they
who
committed
voted
said
for somebody
crime.
other than Jim Jordan on the House floor. And as you say, if every Republican is there
So-
today, if every Democrat's there today and voting, that's
So-
it. If there are 5 on this list of Republicans who continue to vote against Jordan, Jordan won't win the speakership on the second ballot. Certainly, there doesn't seem to be anybody who expects him to win on the second ballot. Instead, I think the question is really this. I think this is a very significant inflection point in Jim Jordan's quest to become speaker. The question is the number of no's. Again, you see there are 20 on this list yesterday. How much success in the last 24 hours, how much success with the kind of message that Adam was just talking about, that the Jordan forces had in flipping any of these 20 into Jordan's camp. So you got an indication from, for instance, Doug LaMalfa from California that he's ready to switch to vote for Jordan. How many from this no list can they flip over? Because a lot of others on this list have indicated they remain just as dug in. And I think what's really dangerous for Jordan is this. We had Ken Buck on our air yesterday. We had Mario Diaz-Balart say this morning that they think there's a group of Republicans who voted for Jordan on the first ballot who are not going to be with him on the second ballot, who will vote for somebody else. Gave him one chance to get the majority, and he didn't get it. And that's why I think we're going to fill these in. As the vote is called later this hour, you're going to see how all these members vote. But I think this is the most important category to keep an eye on. It's the new no votes. The folks who voted for Jordan yesterday, how many of them end up not voting for Jordan this time? Because if he gets in a situation
where he picks off a couple of the folks who voted against him yesterday, but then loses a whole bunch of new votes here, and it finds himself a lot farther back than 20 votes. And he finds himself, I think, in a very perilous situation in terms of justifying continuing his candidacy. If you think back to Kevin McCarthy in January, it took him 15 ballots. He didn't make much bad. He started by losing 19 votes. The worst he got was 21 votes. He worked his way forward from them. If Jordan ends up losing 5, 10, 8 more votes on this second ballot today, that's going to put him in a different and more perilous place. And as Ali says, with all of that chatter out there now about, hey, maybe there are Republicans sort of saying, hey, maybe there's a way to get Patrick McHenry in there for a longer period with expanded powers. Somebody who's floating that idea is a Jordan backer. Dave Joyce from Ohio. He voted for Jordan yesterday. Now he's reportedly pushing the idea of McHenry. That could be somebody who voted for Jordan, who goes into this new no votes category here. Marionette Miller Meeks. Listen for that name it's called. From Iowa. She signed a letter yesterday with a number of Jordan opponents who were frustrated that Jordan was taking all this time after the first vote yesterday, waiting to call a second vote. She signed on to that and said, call the vote right away. Seemed to be an indication that she might be siding, after voting with Jordan on the first ballot, that she might be siding with his opponents on the second ballot. So that's the question. Jordan's opponents, some of them are suggesting there could be a whole bunch of new no votes on this. If there are a lot more new no votes than there are new yes votes, and Jordan could be in serious trouble in terms of facing his conference and justifying going forward with this.
And speaking, you mentioned Congressman Marta Diaz-Balart, and just for clarity, he is my brother. Michael, former House Speakers Boehner and Gingrich have come out in support of temporarily expanding the power of Speaker Pro Tempore Patrick McHenry, something McHenry says he opposes. Here's what Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries had to say about that.
I have respect for Patrick McHenry. I think he's respected on our side of the aisle. There are a whole host of other Republicans who are respected on our side of the aisle. Jim Jordan is not one of them.
And so, Michael, how do you see this?
One thing's for sure, McHenry slams down a mean gavel. We saw that. So
He does.
we know he can hit it hard. I stand with the former speakers on this. I think that makes the most sense. I said it yesterday and I'll repeat it again. Nobody in the conference wants Jim Jordan as the speaker. Steve Kovac has It will not be surprising, however, to Jim Jordan, because he already knows, I think, where he stands with his caucus.
You're watching live pictures there in the House chamber. This is, I believe, the prayer that is happening prior to a quorum.
Here we are. Sorry.
Speeches and then
getting set up.
This is going to be a long, drawn-out process, and we'll as we
right.
go throughout the morning.
Nobody's on yet, so that's good.
A couple of things we've been discussing, and that's there's this idea and real possibility that Jim Jordan could actually end up with fewer votes than he had yesterday in the second round of voting.
Oh, this is going to be interesting today.
Jordan yesterday would go the other direction. Well, there is a good amount of fatigue in this building. The idea that he came shy of the speakership by 20 votes yesterday was certainly something that caught people's attention. But it wasn't just the fact on it that he fell short.
it was the way in which he fell short. Specifically, there were some no votes yesterday that we assumed would be coming, but there were others, including the head of the Appropriations Committee, Congressman Granger, who, as far as I understand, Jordan allies didn't see as a no vote. Some people, even on the Democratic side, wondered if maybe she voted against Jordan by mistake.
How's everybody doing?
Could
Sitting here getting ready to watch the second round of voting for the House Speaker while I work, because it's gonna be a circus, as we all know, right? So, anyway,
for moderate Republicans, they've already taken that plunge. We're already watching the Democratic House campaign arm mobilize on the airwaves and in ads and everything about what they're going to be pushing against those moderates because they voted for Jim Jordan, a man who is close to former President Donald Trump, who still regularly speaks to him, who voted to decertify the election, who was subpoenaed by the January 6th committee and defied that subpoena, but who was largely...
They are doing the call of the House right now, seeing who's president. So, see how many shows up. Chances are everybody's going to be in again today. And so the magic number again is going to be 217. So who gets 217 first? It's going to be interesting.
So, Donna, just, Ali was saying something earlier in our conversation about how bipartisanship has become a dirty word for the Republicans at the House of Representatives. Is there no possibility ever, you think,
so
Republicans and Democrats?
Let's see, who thinks is going to win it? Is it going to happen today? How many times is it going to take to
well, it's such a good question. Look,
get there?
It's a very remote possibility, but the fact is that
and
this really is in the Republican House. It's
yeah.
in their,
Jacob,
their playing field to get this done. What I do see, and I think some of the names that surprise
I agree with you in the sense that I would like for that to happen. And here's why. And it's not just because Democrat, Republican type stuff. Kind of has to do with that, but I have a reason behind it, okay? It's the fact that McCarthy tried to push everything through with solely Republican support, right? Which obviously did not work very well, right? We know that if Jordan wins, it's going to be worse. He is going to double down on that tactic. And the fact that we have a Democratic majority in the Senate and a Democrat president, a highly partisan House that is Republican is not going to be effective under Jim Jordan or anyone that is similar to Jordan or McCarthy, period. Nothing's going to get done. So here's why I personally think somebody like Jeffries would be a good choice to have as the House Speaker. And it's because he has shown and already been successful at getting bipartisan legislation out of the House through the Senate and signed by the president. So, following that success, if we were to have him as the Speaker of the House, it would force the Republicans to be bipartisan with their legislation, because I know at that point all bills, all legislation would have to be bipartisan in some sort. And exactly, they would have to work together, and thus be effective. They would be much more effective at that point because that bipartisanship is there, built in at that point by having someone like Jeffries in the speakership. Of course, some of us like to use logic over, feelings, and here I am trying to use logic. So let's see what happens, right? And again, using logic, I would be surprised. I would be shocked. Exactly, Papa Don. I would be shocked to see what happened. Jeffries or even a moderate Republican get in. Just me, that can't happen. The only way to remove Schumer as the majority leader in the Senate is to elect more Republicans into the Senate, to flip the Senate to a Republican majority. And that would put McConnell back in position. And we'll see McConnell blue screen again more often. So, yeah. So, just me, I would suggest doing some quick research on how our government functions if you want to continue making comments here. Because, yeah. So, anyways, we are still waiting for the call of the House to quorum. So really nothing's happening yet. It's all speculation on TV. Right now, yes, I admit I am on MSNBC because I've been watching some other stuff. So, let's see here. I'm going to switch over to C-SPAN.
When Speaker Pelosi was elected speaker, there wasn't some
Because I'm tired of the talking heads on here. And I think I'm going to go live on another panel here in a second. So, if so, come on. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? I'm currently trying to get on C-SPAN here. Get on their live feed. Let's see what's going on. Is this what's going on right now?
Podcast with Brian Lamb every Tuesday.
I want to run on the first ballot, but plan to vote yes on the second ballot. Whether
there we go.
Compensate for the moderate detractors that we sort of pick up.
Now live on C-SPAN.
Secondly, if they do move to vote for,
so we are still waiting for 189 people to check in to do their work, do their job. Villanova t-shirt. No, this is a Washington Renegades rugby football club shirt. It's a men's rugby club that I play with. Play number 8 and flank for the when I'm not busy trying to work and be on TikTok Live.
They're establishing the call of the House right now, and once that's done and they get to the actual process of voting, we will take back to the House floor. Your calls until then. Andy in New York, thanks for waiting. Republican line, please start us off. Good morning.
So at the moment, I am just waiting for stuff to get started on C-SPAN. So,
Because I want to know where our money is going. All the money that's come from Ukraine, Iran, everything. I want to know about where all of that is going to. I think that a lot of the non-voters are afraid of Jordan because he's going to investigate and find out a lot of stuff. Like who's corrupt, who's not, who's been, like, I guess John Bacon, there's something that just came out that he's getting money from China. So.
Okay, let's hear from Tanisha in Texas on our other line.
oh my God. Wow. Okay, so as this person on C-SPAN just called in to say, mention that Biden is receiving, I guess, cash hand over fist from China. No. There is absolutely no evidence of that happening. So, yeah, some people, my God. I'm just kind of.
The other thing I noticed is when Republican callers call in, if they start to talk about Trump, they're typically cut off or defend Trump. But I noticed the Democrat callers, if they want to bash Trump, they're allowed to speak. So from an independent point of view, it is obvious that.
Okay, well, as an independent, why is it important?
I think the lady from New York summed it up pretty well. I want to know where our money's going, and I think she's going to do that. And I think
Oh, let's see here.
Democrats line from New York. This is Barry. Hello.
Hi there. I just want to say in general, listening to
Yeah, those that do cry fake news. It takes
they have to say of interest to me, and probably how little
critical thinking.
To them.
Yes, there is fake news out there. There is misinformation being presented by all news agencies, but it takes some critical thinking skills to see what it is and understand why. That's the thing. If you see something that's questionable, that's when you start looking at other news sources and looking at news sources that don't have similar, let's just say, goals or intent behind it. A great example that I think is a great example. Okay, let's just say, we all know about this. Let's not even talk about Hamas and Israel. Let's just talk about Trump. Okay. I'll use that as an example. Use him as an example. A lot of people are talking about, how love to cry and scream fake news about the crimes that Trump is accused of and is under federal indictment for. I can pretty much guarantee you, up until now, any of these people that are crying fake news or witch hunt about that, if you mention anyone having a criminal federal indictment against them, they would have agreed that person is in some serious trouble because the feds don't play around, right? They don't just indict on circumstantial evidence. When you get indicted by the federal government for a crime, they got evidence. That's why their conviction rate is so high. Now, if you're questioning that, And if there were a serious question about that fact, instead of watching, MSNBC, Fox, or CNN about it, to get facts, that's where you can go and look at international news, because there's international news agencies that are covering that story as well. And those international news agencies don't have a bias on what they want and the outcome of said trials, right? So start looking at them. I look at DW News, which is a German news agency. Look at Al Jazeera. We all know about Al Jazeera. It's still a good source. BBC News, another good source. If you're multilingual, look at other news sources that are in other languages as well. If you can speak German, look at, or let's just say if you can read and, if you're fluent in reading, Cyrillic, right? Look at news agencies in that as well. Yeah, Jamie, exactly. It's all, the more news sources you look at, especially outside, when it comes to our politics and it comes to our civil situation type stuff here, instead of looking locally for your information and relying solely on that, look outside, right? If you want to get some good information about our current administration and realize just how much shit they're doing, look at news sources from outside of our country. Yeah, you want to get a really good idea of how bad the Trump administration was, not just for the U.S., but for the world. Look at other news agencies from around the world and see what they have said about it and how concerned people from around the world were of not just what Trump was saying and doing, but they were truly concerned about, especially after January 6th, they were concerned about our government stability. Some countries were afraid our government was about to collapse within itself after January 6th. And you want to ask yourself why, if you're wondering why General Milley called China to reassure them that our nuclear, arsenal was safe, that's why. China was very concerned that our government was about to collapse. And knowing that kind of stuff and, looking at that kind of stuff will help you understand. So. No, I'm not even going to say your screen name because that's no. You are nothing but a troll. Not even going to acknowledge you beyond that point. You're a troll. Whatever you're saying, I'm going to ignore. But anyways,
both sides will make.
Yeah, I know. I'm losing everybody right now. That's all right.
Expect to hear someone supporting and praising Jim George for the job, and the King Jeffrey's the same. Again, all part of
We're still waiting. I'm still waiting for the House to be called into quorum and see what happens. So,
And I'm involved in local politics. The resounding opinion here is why is Jordan, why did the Republicans even vote Jordan up?
and sorry, I'm
He's an election denier.
on my other account right now because I'm supposed to be. I've agreed to be on a panel for this creator. I'm dividing my attention.
I don't know why he
So,
is not
anyhow.
part of the vote. Police would have been good. And there's a couple of other candidates, I think.
You know what, dude? I'm just done with you. Have a day.
We need to follow the word of the Constitution. And that's my opinion. Thank you very much for allowing me to call in.
Okay, of Louisiana was at one time has released in the process of.
So I just got rid of that troll because, yeah, they're not worth the time to even acknowledge anymore. So. Oh, man.
Yes, thank you for having me. My concern is with Jordan. Really, he shouldn't be. He's the worst choice. He's been in there for 16 years.
If you're not watching C-SPAN, it's actually pretty good. You know, they get some good, some people calling in with some logical thoughts. I don't exactly agree with all of them, but some of them are pretty good. So.
He's on stupid. It's the dumbing down of America. And he's broke with the party right now.
Okay. This is Angela.
All right. So tell you what, hey Papa Don, I'm gonna cut this off for now and hop over onto that other live real quick, and I'll be back as soon as the house decides to start working. Sound good?
The truth is really anything. I'm sorry to say that, but that's how I feel. I am a Democrat, but I want us all to work together. We are in crisis right now. We need to find a leader, not do all this.
When you cast aside the flag across theory like Jesus theory
We just need people to come together as Americans and support America because I want to be in there. I think that he has walked in the White House. He has done his best. I just feel like if the politics can be on the left side, we cannot trust.
We're down to single digits as far as the private house process is concerned. So you get House, Senate House, now, let's go to Missouri Republican line. Barney, hello. Go ahead and jump on in.
Yes, I with the everybody talks about obeying the Constitution. You know that you think by an election, and nobody obeys the Constitution anymore. They interpret it to their own meaning and all special things. And I'd like to point out that for everybody who keeps saying I enjoy this, is that the world is at war. They have strong leaders in the foreign countries at war. That is what they like. Strong leaders from a strong country. Currently, that's not America. And Jim Jordan is a strong leader in the House. And we need a strong leader, not somebody who's going to wishy-wash.
Okay, independent line, Bernard, hello.
Thank you for taking my call. Thanks for taking my call. So I'm an independent, but I lean conservative, and I'm supporting Jim Jordan for the nomination. I've been hearing a lot of conversations about comments about, he's an election denier, a MAGA extremist, etc. And, when it comes down to it, making America great and for America first shouldn't be a controversial thing. And the longer we hold out on the House Speaker nomination, quite frankly, I think we're saving the American taxpayer dollars because we're not spending more money to various conflicts around the world. I keep hearing about how the House is in disarray and in chaos, but this is what democracy is called. Right? This is how it works. Where Democrats stick together and they come to the House floor, right? But yet the Republicans are being, characterized, as offensive, right? Well, the fact that you have folks within the Republican Party that do have disagreements and a different viewpoint on an issue tells you that they're not cultists. They're actually.
That's Bernard there. Again, three people, three members, yet to cast their presence as far as the whole House is concerned. We are set after that to start the process of the nomination of the House Speaker. Nancy in California, Democrats Live. Don't know how much time we have, but Nancy, jump on in.
Good morning. The next Speaker of the House should be someone who's interested in protecting the civil rights of every person in this country. That includes voting rights, that includes reproductive freedom for women. That is not Jim Jordan, that is King Jeffrey. Thank you.
Okay. From Bakersfield, California, Republican line, Dan, hello.
I'm a veteran, and I sat there and I watched this little thing go on here, and I disgusted by it. We see veterans, could lose money. We see, and I see this stuff about, using the Constitution to we the people. When I see them, Republicans, they're kind of, things like taking away books, taking away things, and they say they're the unified party right now, and I'm kind of on the bubble of switching because I don't think they know what the truth is anymore.
Well, how does that relate to the House Speaker election?
Well, I look at Jim Jordan and I sit there and I see he hasn't passed anything. He hasn't, he's not working or anything. I called Kevin McCarthy's office the other day about this, and they just ignored me, and I think that Jim Jordan is a very poor person to be leading this party right now because he's not looking to help the country, but he's looking to help tear it down.
And being from Bakersfield, what did you think of Kevin McCarthy in the Speaker's role?
Well, again, I think he's better than Jim Jordan, but as I speak for some of the veterans here, I'm a social worker that he has a hard time telling the truth on the same veterans, a new clinic here for at least 10 years and still hasn't got one. So his trust level is, but he is better than Jim Jordan. I would support him.
Okay. Okay, let's go to our independent line. This is our line brother Wayne in Texas. Hi.
Yes, good evening. These congressmen, they act like kids in a nursery. Stand up and be a person, not a kid. If you were voted in by the people, you should honor the vote, but also be a person that will stand up to the government and do what is right, not what is wrong. Our veterans, they fought for this country. Our older veterans, they fought for this country. Stand up and fight for this country. Stand with your people that voted you in. Don't just go and be looking for something, a deal from the people.
Okay, that's Wayne there in Texas. 15 minutes was set for this call. Time relative in this process. Waiting on those final members to put their spots in before we start the process. This is Lisa in South Carolina, Democrats line. Hi, Lisa.
Ah, yes. I'm saddened. I'm afraid. I don't understand the people that are voting for Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan almost has a war against America, which he's an
Watch my video again
if he were
and
to
listen
win,
to the words.
he's already said he's going to lock everybody up. He's going to take her down to the justice system. He's going to impeach this person, and he's going to impeach people that don't even work for the government. America deserves more than that.
Go back and listen to
great people.
that.
We have far more good people than these people.
I would suggest watching that video again and listening carefully to how I
I'm
use
not
my
even sure
words.
what they allowed them to even make this move. So I'm really sad. He's an insurrectionist. He's not a patriot. He hasn't done anything but scream and attack, and he's against everything. Rightful, really.
Well, as someone who experienced something horrific myself,
Specifically, those who voted against Representative Jordan yesterday, 20 of those names there. And one of the things we want to see play out during the course of the day in this second vote is if those names will change from yesterday.
As someone who
experienced
something
Jordan, there'll be a change in names who actually vote for yourself when it comes to House Speaker, and
then
you can watch that play out again. When you watch C-SPAN, our main channel, you can follow along on the app and the .org too. This is from Olivia Beavers of political reporting that the representative was talking to Representative Gavarino.
There's no
No
intention
on the House
demonizing
so that's part of
that
the play.
child.
Then there's also
The
other
point
reporting
I'm
being done
making
is people
is
wait
the
for this
lack
election
of
to take
care.
place. Let's hear from Arizona, Republican line. Hello.
Type
Hi, how are you? Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, my take is that well, I am in no way trying to demonize that child or any child. I'm demonizing the lack of care that child and hundreds of others desperately need right now. Because if they don't receive it, they will be recruited by Hamas very easily.
Okay, that's a viewer there
That's my
in
point.
Arizona. Again, down to one from the equal number that we started with in this call of the House. Some things being reported on as far as things going on. The House, when it comes to Representative Jim Jordan, again, who is waiting to see along with everyone else if there'll be enough votes for him to become the Speaker of the House. Devin in Colorado, independent line.
Good morning, President.
Hi, you're on. Go ahead.
Jim Jordan, thank you. Jim Jordan and the Ohio State abuse scandal, Richard Strauss. I don't know why he's not pressed on this more. He has no values. That in and of itself disqualifies him.
One, go back and watch and listen carefully.
Thank you for your time.
Because
Dick Sherman from
at no point
that it was
suggesting that they will
leadership
become
for staff during this process.
Nor am I trying to demonize
that
that child or any other child that are experiencing
and so
they are
what that means, who knows?
See,
But it's part
what
of
I am
what we've
demonizing
seen play out today. Zachary in
is
Mexico.
something that I
Democrats
myself
line.
have experienced. And that's the fact that when a child experiences something horrific, like they experiencing, and I have experienced in my own life,
These folks are
and
asking for someone
do
to,
not receive adequate
15 years under
psychological care after the fact in a timely manner, it leaves them vulnerable to becoming
actions speak louder than words.
something likely terrorist.
Reaching out to the actual politicians that are on the Republican side of the House there to make something work.
So
there's people that aren't bringing
one, I would suggest you go back and watch that video and listen carefully to what I said, because at no time do I
like a dictatorship coming to this, and I think
think
that's just
apply
what they're holding out for.
that child will be
Live
coming to.
from Braden, in North Carolina.
Hi, I speak on behalf of the students from Henderson High School, and we as 17-year-olds who believe that this nation is divided, and that what we really need right now is for this nation to come together to just be able to vote on a Speaker of the House so we can figure out this whole mess that we're in the United States.
Mike, tell us more about your group and why you're particularly interested in this race.
We're in an AP government class right now, so we get to learn about current events and things that are going on in the nation. And obviously there's a lot going on, but that's what we've been learning about right now.
What have you learned from watching it from a classroom setting? What have you learned about the process?
They've learned about like the divisiveness, the division in the country, and what it really means for a Speaker of the House, like what they have to do. And we think it's extremely important to have one because we didn't really know what a Speaker of the House was, but now we know, and we know exactly why we need one.
When it comes to the debate in your classroom, as far as the speaker itself, is it evenly divided? Are there those who support Jim Jordan, those who are against him? How does that break down?
It's very divided in this class right now. We've been debating about it all week.
Okay. Keep watching, and thank you for watching our network as part of your educational process when it comes to this play out. Appreciate students who watch the AP classes all across the United States. They're interested in history and government. Again, thanks for calling in. Sarah Ferris from Politico reporting that centrist Republicans, as they're described, they're serious about this idea of giving powers to the current Speaker Pro Tem, Patrick McHenry. That's something that's being played out there. Democrats reportedly also watching that. It's a plan from Dave Joyce, still highly secreted according to Sarah Ferris. I expected to include language on a continuing resolution as well, including aid packages for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, and also the McHenry powers. So that's a new twist of reporting. Whether it plays out or not, we'll see. But that's Sarah Ferris from Politico reporting there. Again, we are down to this call to the House, which started well over 20, 25 minutes ago, probably longer than that, to establish the quorum to go into the voting process. We're waiting on the person to cast their slot in, and then we'll start the process out.
There was no rhetoric in there.
Republican line, Christie in Missouri, right there. You're next up. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for taking my call. I need to run the investigator. He made Kevin McCarthy, he tried to make me do these promises that he made.
Decided that child does not receive care.
Okay.
Psychological
That's
care.
Christie there. Yeah, by the way, our own congressional watcher who watches Congress for you, so you don't have to, so to speak, is Craig Kaplan. He is on Capitol Hill, posting on his Twitter feed. You can follow him too there at Craig Kaplan. That's the lone holdout so far to that one number that you see represent Don Payne, Democrat from New Jersey, not the big guy. So that's, again, more information you learn from Craig. At Craig Kaplan,
See, I can see
watches Capitol Hill for us. Let's hear from Daniel in San Francisco, Democrat line.
I think like the speaker would be Jim Jeffries, but I'd say if
So I
Jim
know
Jordan doesn't succeed with the Republicans and they decide to go with
after that.
the strange strategy of putting Trump
And when it's lacking.
up, I would rather say that we follow Jamie Raskin's utility where he's suggesting that Liz Cheney might be a good option.
There's no comment. There's nothing in that video.
She would be way better than
Yes.
In
Muslims.
Mine, Heidi, good morning.
Hi, I used to be a Republican.
And again,
After Trump got
like I
into
said
office,
earlier,
I switched parties and became
as a reply
independent.
to your other
I
comment.
feel that extremists on either side is not good for our country.
How you take
And,
that
I would prefer to see
is upon you.
Hakeem Jeffries there, but if
Because
not,
I
I
did
would
not say
say
anything
McHenry would be a
about
better choice. Jordan, he
Muslims.
snubbed his nose at a subpoena.
Beef.
He's an extremist. He's in bed with Donald Trump, and he would do
So,
bidding,
again,
just like he's got the
listen just
inquiry
you.
of impeachment
Listen
against
carefully to the words I say.
President Biden right now
Because
with
I
no
don't-
evidence whatsoever. So he's as corrupt as most of those right-wing extremists.
So again,
all of them have
I
problems.
wasn't just
So I wouldn't
listening
want to see him there at all.
carefully to the words I use. Because I am not anti-Semitic.
I feel like
Anti-Islam. I'm not even anti-Christian.
I feel like the Republicans should get together and vote.
Although I
But I wish we all love
am a pagan.
our parliament. But we would love our country and God enough to do what is right.
I was speaking
To get back with God. Thank you.
Jake Sherman from Punch Bowl
Again.
is there reporting on his Twitter feed. You can follow along at Jake Sherman saying.
This is for,
President Mike
in case anybody
approaching the Speaker Pro Tem.
missed the other video response to your other comment.
That Representative Kelly has a
It's that
resolution to empower McHenry. We'll take you back to the House.
at no point am I implying or even stating
Clerk will report.
something that is anti-Islamic.
On this roll call, 432 members.
That video is specifically about that child among the other children who are experiencing these horrible events need proper and immediate health care, psychological health care, to help them process what they are experiencing. Because, like myself, who has experienced some very horrible things in my childhood, I did not receive proper psychological care after those experiences. And it leaves the mind open for quite a bit of suggestive things among, just things that the victim
If the tellers will please come forward
seeks
and
out
take their
themselves.
seats. Tellers.
So, if that child, like I said in the video, if that child nor any of the others receive proper and immediate psychological care for what they are experiencing, they are at a higher risk to be recruited by groups like Hamas to become terrorists.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the purpose of placing in nomination
That's
the
the point.
name of the Honorable Jim Jordan for the position of Speaker of the House at the direction of the Republican Party.
Someone's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks and 1 day ago, I was on this House floor and in this chamber defending my very good friend and our former Speaker, Mr. McCarthy, from an effort to vacate the chair. And in the course of that speech, I made remarks that those who did this, whether intentionally or unintentionally, we're going to put the Congress in a state of chaos and the country into a state of uncertainty. I think the last 2 weeks have vindicated that observation. But we have a chance today to end that chaos
and to end that uncertainty. Now, when these races happen, there's always a lot of hard things said on both sides of the aisle. There's a lot of finger pointing that goes on. I don't intend to be involved in any of that today. I think the decision in front of us is far, far too important for that. But I am very proud to place in nomination the name of our good friend, my good friend, our Republican candidate for Speaker, the Honorable Jim Jordan of Ohio. I've been knowing Jim Jordan for a long time. I've been in Congress for a long time. So for his entire period in the House, I've had the honor of serving with my friend. Now, my friend is not exactly a flanking rival. You don't win the national championship in college. You don't come to this floor with a sincere sense of belief and desire to make a change and be shy about it. My friend is not a shy person. But I learned some things about him over the years.
You had some issues with Discord. I will send you a PM after this. Personal message.
He's an honorable man. Also, I think we all know he's a pretty direct man, too. I don't think anybody in here on any issue of any side would have to guess where Jim Jordan is going to stand. He doesn't deceive. He doesn't dissemble. He simply tells you straight up, this is what I believe, this is why I think it's the right thing to do for the country, and that's what I'm going to try to accomplish, and I'm going to work with you any way that I can to do it. Now, the other thing I think we've found in the last couple of weeks is what it takes to be a speaker. The one thing I know, never having been one and never having aspired to be one, that it takes a spine of steel to do this job. My friend has that kind of determination, has that kind of character, has that kind of spine. And I think the next speaker is going to need that quality, and I know my friend has it in great abundance. Now, if you're a Republican, it ought to be a pretty easy decision, my friend. Now, this is somebody who believes what we believe and has fought for and shown that over and over again. When I first got to know him, a lot of his focus was on spending. That's exactly where the focus of this House ought to be. Now, he's laid out a plan, not just a short-term plan, as to how we deal with the appropriations process. I'm an appropriator. I think I know that that's not the root of the problem. But unlike any other speaker we've had, he's had the courage to talk about a long-term plan and to get at the real drivers of debt. And we all know what they are. We all know it's Social Security. We all know it's Medicare. We all know it's Medicaid. No president of either side has been willing to deal with this. No speaker of either side has been willing to deal with this. My friend, our former colleague, John Delaney, and I offered a plan. I still file it every year. John's not here anymore. To go back and do in 1983 what we did then and address Social Security. We never did get any help. This is a guy that wants to create.
See if anybody shows up on this account.
And get the roots of our spending problem. That takes care. And Republicans ought to support somebody with that kind of courage. Now, he's not only focused on one thing. I don't know anybody who's done more to highlight and talk about the border disaster that is underway right now as we speak. You know, I had the privilege of serving here when Jay Johnson was Secretary of Homeland Security. I have a very high opinion of Jay Johnson. I think he's one of the finest public servants I ever met. And he was asked on one occasion to define what was the crisis on the southern border. And he said, anytime you have more than 1,000 illegal entries a day, you have a crisis. We have 10 or 11 times that every single day. And in that tide of humanity that's coming across, there is a boatload of fentanyl coming to kill tens of thousands of all of our constituents. There are human traffickers who are taking advantage of young men and young women, and frankly predators in our own country, and they're bringing them across, not by the tens or the 20s or the dozens, but by the hundreds and the thousands. You know, there are amongst that flow of people that wish us ill, people who are not fleeing from oppression, people who are terrorists or criminals that are coming into our country for no good reason. Now that is not an immigration problem, that's a border security problem. They are not the same thing. We can debate immigration, that's a worthy debate. We should never have to debate border security. Nobody's highlighted that issue like my friend Jim Jordan. Nobody's done more as a committee chairman to move legislation that would meaningfully deal with this problem. And this, my friends, on both sides of the aisle, with all due respect, particularly this administration and my friends on the other side, you need to look at this. You need to look at this seriously. Don't confuse it with immigration. Because you ain't going to have immigration reform until we have border security. Cannot be done. This has been the number one champion of that, one of the number one issues that we have. Finally, I want to talk about something that can bring us together. There are a lot of things we disagree on, legitimately so. Most of us do not disagree about the security or spirit of those of us. All of us. All of us on both sides of the aisle reacted with horror and with deep sympathy and with legitimate outrage at the crime that was perpetrated against the people of Israel in the last week. All of us, and all of us know that they are within their rights to respond forcefully and swiftly to defend their people and punish those who brought that upon them. So at a moment of crisis, when we are in a moment of crisis, we should come together and act. And we know we can't do that without the Speaker of the House. Now, it's a narrow majority, but my friends and I are in the majority. And we need to produce a Speaker. We have a candidate who we know where he will stand on issues of importance. We know he's going to stand on spending because it's where he's always stood. Not like he's changed over the course of his career. I know what he's going to do on the border. I have read HR 2. I've seen what his committee produced. It's not just money, it's policy and change that will provide security for the American people. And finally, and I say this on a bipartisan basis, I know he will stand up for Israel, and I know in that area we can come together. That crisis is on us now. We may get a request almost any time to act. We need to be able to act. My friend will act on that crisis. He's shown his whole career. So it's with a great deal of pride that I have the privilege of nominating my friend, our chairman of the Judiciary Committee, but a person whose principles you know, whose actions you can trust, and who in a time of crisis will respond with the leadership we need. Jeff Jordan.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Adler. Mr. Speaker, I rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to place in the nomination for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Here we are again, Mr. Speaker. And I promise to make these speeches shorter if we get closer to a compromise, but I'm not certain that that's going to happen. at this moment. While the Republican candidate for Speaker is making late-night backroom
A business deal.
to secure the gavel, Leader Jeffries has once again extended the hand of bipartisanship for a path forward. One thing was very clear yesterday: the vote total. 220, 212 to 200. The People's House has spoken, and Leader Jeffries has the support to be Speaker that this country needs. Mr. Speaker.
All right, I'm back.
212 to 200. No amount of election denying is going to take away from those vote totals. We shouldn't, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we shouldn't be surprised at the vote count. I noted yesterday the legislative acumen of the gentleman from Ohio. Would it surprise anyone that in addition to not passing a single piece of legislation,
Yes, I'm live again.
piece of legislation that has made it to a committee? The Speaker of the House must be a legislator, and the gentleman from Ohio falls short in that regard. He supports an extreme agenda and is hell-bent on banning abortion nationwide.
Welcome.
Getting Medicare, getting Social Security, and giving cover. to
Covering,
attackers.
not really covering, I'm just kind of
That we should.
going live
We don't see a speaker elected.
to watch the
There's going to be another candidate.
Speaker of the House
Republican conference vote.
vote while I do some work out in the shop. So, give me talking a little shop work maybe, and a little bit of politics, watching the vote going on here. So, hey TJ, how you doing?
United to put people over politics, united to lower costs, create better paying jobs.
Maybe get a couple of guests on here and have a little debate. I don't know. We'll see.
To achieve this common goal, and that is to make Hakeem Jeffries Speaker of the House of
I don't do a lot of lives yet, but right now, if you're not around a TV or on the internet to be able to watch, they are currently doing the nominations, and they just, of course, Jordan has been nominated. I don't know who else for the Republicans. I didn't catch that. But they are currently, Representative Aguilar is currently nominating Hakeem Jeffries. So, that's where we're at right now.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we have the vote totals to back that up.
And
it has been Leader Jeffries and House Democrats who have shown a willingness and a conviction to keep
on my other account, try to get some people over here. So, get some likes for me. Give me a second here. I am actually going to just realize I'm still on my headphones, so I'm going to remove those.
And work with us to achieve 3 common goals. And my colleague and good friend, the gentleman from Oklahoma, mentioned one of them. Supporting assistance to Israel, but what he left out was assistance to Ukraine and our national security objectives.
All right, can you all hear me still? Give me a thumbs up, like, whatever. Get some likes if you can hear me. Cool. So yeah, of course, they're still chatting. You know how these nominations go. They just for a while. So, anyhow, this is going to be interesting. If you care about my thoughts, which I apologize if you do, because yeah. Anyways, I'm self-deprecating. You'll see that very quickly. But anyways, my thoughts is Jim Jordan's going to lose the votes compared to yesterday. It's my prediction. We'll probably have 3 or 4 other Republicans get votes. Of course, Representative Jeffries will maintain every Democrat vote. And here we go. They're starting the roll call. And we'll see what happens. It's going to be very interesting.
Jeffries. Alford.
Anyways,
Jordan. Allen.
so if you have
Jordan. Allred.
Pepperoni Tony, I have no idea who that is.
Emiday.
If hopefully it's a good reminder, maybe. I don't know.
Jordan. Harrington.
It's the beard, huh? Yeah. And again, hopefully, Cam, it's a positive thing. If not, sorry, this is what you get. I am who I am. And yeah. And if you follow me, then you'll understand.
Jordan. Jeffries.
I'm me.
Alderson. Via Jordan, Florida. Jordan. Jeffries. Banks.
Well, so far there's already 1 vote for someone other than Jordan. So
Farragon. Jeffries.
it'll be interesting.
Florida.
Aquaman, yeah. What's up, Saint?
Beatty.
Yep, I am. That's why I go with the counterfeit Momoa moniker there, because as much as I may look like him, I wish I was him. In many ways.
Jeffries.
More like Oliver Platt. I'm not familiar with who Oliver Platt is. But yeah. As far as Momoa, man, yeah. Just like him, man, I had a crush on her, and he's lucky to marry her. You know what I'm talking about. I don't have his physique, even though I am pretty much. I do share a lot in actual physical, like height, weight, stuff like that. I just don't have the physique because I like beer too much. So.
Jordan.
Alrighty, let's see how they are still.
Oil of Pennsylvania.
The only surprise that I have right now compared to yesterday's, yes, that Lisa Bonet. Thank you. I completely forgot her name, but yes, she. I mean, gorgeous. Even when I first saw her on the Cosby Show, I'm like, oh, hello, and he get to marry her, but yeah. I saw another creator's video from earlier joking about with Kravitz's new video. If you haven't seen it, yeah. I identify as straight, but my God, watching that video, I'll go play it the other time. But anyways, no, one of the things that was said that I've seen already is that Zoe Kravitz she can't go anywhere without running into someone where either her father, Lenny, stepdad,
Jordan.
Jason Momoa, or mother, Lisa Bonet, hasn't been somebody's, fantasy at some point, right? So, hey, Kelbell, how you doing?
Jeffries.
You still with us?
Carrie. Jordan. Carl.
So we already have 3 people voting other,
Jeffries.
which means Jordan's already lost some people that voted for him earlier,
Louisiana.
yesterday.
Jeffries.
So this is it's getting interesting. So
Jordan.
give me a second. I'm gonna step away. I'll be right back. I promise.
Kassar.
Hey y'all. So I am live on my
Case.
other account.
Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas.
Oh,
Jeffries.
So
Chavez Dorima.
chat a little bit. I might let a few people on.
McCarthy.
Anyways, come on over. Join the line. Otherwise, have a wonderful day.
Shirtless McCormick.
I'm back. Oh, everybody left. Damn. I said it was going to be right back. Jeez.
Jordan. Clark of Massachusetts.
Man, Jeffries already has more votes than Jordan.
Jeffries.
And they're only in the C's.
Jeffries.
That is not looking good for Jordan.
Jordan. Cloud. Jordan. Clyburn.
Damn.
Jeffries. Clyde.
I am genuinely surprised right now.
Jeffries.
I genuinely surprised right now that Jeffries,
Cole.
well, at the moment now, they just called Comer for his vote,
Collins.
and Jordan and Jeffries are tied. At this point yesterday,
Connolly.
there was a 10 vote difference.
Jeffries. Correa.
So something's going on.
Costa.
Something is going on. And
Craig.
I forgot to pop popcorn. Damn!
Jordan.
So yeah, right now, if you are not near a computer or TV, Jeffrey says 45 votes, Jordan 41, and there are 4 for other.
Jeffries. Cuellar.
It wasn't until let's just say it's not looking
Jordan.
positive
Davis of Kansas.
for Jordan.
Jeffries.
So
Davidson. Jordan. Davis of Illinois.
this is interesting.
Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries.
So
Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
So
Jeffries. Dela Cruz.
those of you who are sticking around, my thoughts,
Delora.
just because it's my page, my live, and I can give it.
Delphine.
My thoughts are
Jeffries.
Jeffries might gain a couple of votes from Republicans today.
Desonier.
Jordan
Jeffries.
is going to lose votes.
Desjardins.
Um,
Jordan. D'Esposito.
which is going to
Zeldin.
really make things interesting for us today. So, with that,
Diaz-Balart.
I mean, they're at Diaz-Balart, and already there's not enough votes for Jordan there to win. So,
Dingle. Jeffries. Sauvet.
This NASA ceramic coffee.
Jeffries.
Ounces of coffee.
Donalds. Jordan.
$500.
Duarte.
You might ask, what's so special
Jordan.
about this?
Duncan.
I know how
Jordan. Dime of Florida.
this NASA ceramic
Jordan.
ounces of coffee.
Edwards.
Is what you're saying. I'm charging
Jordan.
$500.
Elton.
What the heck do you want to do?
Mike Garcia.
I know how to take food. I am selling this NASA.
why is nobody coming on yet? Stick around. Might be interesting. Who's going to win the speakership? Definitely not Jordan.
Jordan.
At least not this round.
Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Esquire. Jeffries. Estes.
Basically, just get a video where they're selling
Jordan.
something that is a creator, it's a creator who has a TikTok shop, and they are
Jeffries.
selling something, and the video is about themselves. They're not paying for that.
Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
Those videos, on average, are shown 3 times as much compared to videos from content creators who aren't showcasing products and who don't have a TikTok shop.
Jordan.
Do not buy this.
Ferguson.
Do not buy this. It is not worth $500.
Screws.
It's worth probably $20. Don't you be worried if you buy one. I will send it to you and say thank you for the $500, but I am pleading with you. Pleading. Do not buy it. Don't fall for this. I am just doing this so that my videos can be shown to a larger audience and I get more views and I get paid for those views.
Jordan.
I don't need anyone buying coffee cups. I just need more people watching my videos.
Jordan.
And this
Fitzpatrick.
is the dumb way to make it happen. Is
Jordan.
this abusing the system?
Blackman.
Anybody gonna stick around? Who wants to see?
Fletcher.
Oh wow,
Jeffries.
there are.
Flass.
Damn,
Foster.
McCarthy's still getting votes.
Jeffries. Fox. Jordan. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Jordan. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Jordan. Fulcher. Jordan. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. Jordan. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino.
Watching myself now.
Mike Garcia. Jordan. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois.
All right, here we go. Who's here?
Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy.
Wow, this is looking horrible for Jordan, and I love it. I love it. Jordan is
Oakland of New York.
getting put in his place for the second time, as well deserved. Yep.
Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. Jordan. Gosar. Jordan. Gottheimer.
There's so there's still people voting for Scalise and McCarthy. That's interesting.
Graves of Louisiana. Jordan. Graves of Missouri. Jordan. Green of Tennessee. Jordan. Green of Texas.
Jordan. Yeah.
Jeffries.
Jeffrey? Ooh.
Green of Georgia. Jordan.
I really need to get some work done too, but this is so, yes, this is interesting to me. I am, if you don't know, I live in the DC area. My wife is a federal employee. So what is going on right now with the House Speaker vote is very important
Carter of California.
for us. So,
Jeffries.
yes, I am
Harris.
very
Jordan.
interested in what's going
Harshbarger.
on. And right now, it is
Hayes.
not looking good at all for Jim Jordan. He,
Jordan. Higgins of Louisiana.
yeah.
Jordan. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill.
We'll see. See what happens.
Jordan. Hines. Jeffries. Henson. Jordan. Horsford. Jeffries. Couchin. Jordan. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson.
It's pretty bad. I'm literally split screening on my laptop watching this. I've got MSNBC in one window and
Jordan. Isa.
C-SPAN
Jordan.
in the other window.
Ivy. Jeffries.
That's right. Representative Ivory. That's my or I. Wow. It's interesting. It is interesting. I'm waiting for the first Republican to vote for Jeffries.
Jeffries.
That is going to be a
Jeffries.
And of course, they were applauding Jeffries for voting for himself.
Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana.
Oh,
Johnson of Ohio.
I'm gonna have to go brew some more coffee and pop some more popcorn.
South Dakota. Jordan. Jordan. Jordan.
And Jim Jordan votes for himself, so he gets a standing ovation by the Republicans.
Joyce of Ohio.
Yeah.
Jordan. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Jordan.
Man, this is interesting because again, if you're not watching or you're not able to watch, there are already 13 votes for others.
Jordan. Keating.
And they just got to Keating. So they still have quite a few votes to take. And right now, as far as Jordan versus Jeffries, it is 99-99.
Boehner.
What? John Boehner just got a vote. What the okay. Republicans need to get their heads out of their asses and quit this game bullshit. Just saying. John Boehner, who's already said that he's retiring.
Higgins of Virginia. McCarthy.
And this is why I call it a circus, because
Kildee.
they can't get a consensus on one person.
Kylan.
I mean,
Jordan. Kilmer. Jeffries.
wow.
Kim of California.
Just wow.
Jordan. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurti. Jeffries. Custer.
I mean, we already know Jeffries is going to get 211,
Jordan. LaHood.
212
Jordan.
votes.
Balota.
That's a given because there's 212 Democrats right now. As it sits right now, Jordan mathematically cannot get 217
Jordan.
because there's already 16 voting for others.
Lamborn.
Hey,
Jordan. Landsman.
Republicans need to get their heads out their asses. Seriously.
Langworthy.
I mean,
Jordan.
we're having a repeat of
Jeffries.
back in January with
Larson of
McCarthy.
Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. Jordan.
This Congress is going to drive me to drinking more than just coffee.
Jordan. Lawler. McCarthy.
Oh, man.
Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Jordan. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Jordan. Letlow. Jordan. Levin. Jeffries. Blue. Jeffries. Lothran.
So the
Jeffries.
key number right now, from
Lucas.
just kind of coming, based off of yesterday,
Luke Meyer. Jordan.
there were 20 Republicans who voted other.
Jordan.
Whether it was for
Luttrell.
McCarthy,
Jordan.
whomever, right?
Lynch. Jeffries.
They're
Mace.
just called for Mace's
Magazine.
vote.
Jeffries.
And there's already 17 who have voted against
Jordan.
Jordan. 17 Republicans who have voted against him. So
Jordan. Manning.
at this point yesterday,
Jeffries.
there was like only 12 that voted against.
Jordan.
So
Mast.
it looks like he's lost some votes.
Jeffries.
Jordan is
Jeffries. McCarthy. Jordan. McCall.
yes, McCarthy gets an applause for voting for Jordan.
McLean.
Hey.
Jordan. McClellan. Jeffries. McClintock.
God,
Jordan.
what a
McCollum. Jeffries. McCormick. Jordan. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry.
wow.
Jordan. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Newton. Jeffries.
All right.
Muser. Jordan. Infume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Jordan. Miller of Ohio. Jordan.
All right, so now we're definitely going to around 3 on votes.
Miller.
Is it going to take 15 like it did for McCarthy? What's the over-under on that? One of my buddies thinks that the over-under is going to be
Mills.
more like 9.
Jordan.
It's going to be the
Eleanor.
magic number of votes
Jordan.
taken.
Molinar.
It's possible.
Jordan. Mooney. Jordan.
Probably a safe bet.
Moore of Alabama.
But
Jordan.
I don't know. The way it's looking.
Jordan. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. Jordan. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Jordan. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nadus. Jeffries. Nels. Jordan. Newhouse.
I'm genuinely
Jordan. Nickel.
entertained by
Jeffries.
this,
Norcross.
as well as disturbed
Jeffries.
by this.
Norman.
What's going on?
Jordan.
with our
None of Iowa.
House of House of Representatives.
Overnolte. Jordan.
Wow.
Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Jordan. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Jordan. Cologne. Jeffries. Palmer. Jordan. Panetta. Jeffries.
Oh man.
Jeffries.
Excuse me for a minute. I am having to also work in the shop,
Jeffries. Payne.
and I'm looking for something that I need, but I can't find it.
Payne.
Some of you will be walking around for a second, but stick around. We're still watching. We are still sitting at 147 for Jordan, 147 for Jeffries, 18 other.
Pence. Jordan. Perez. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Jordan. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Kluger. Jordan. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries.
Yep, exactly. I'm still looking for it.
Jeffries. Posey.
Ben's Tech. Yep, 10 millimeter.
Jordan.
I'm looking for it.
Presley.
It's like a squirrel.
Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Jordan. Rogers of Washington.
No, I was going to say that.
Jordan. Rogers of Alabama. Jordan. Rogers of
That reminds me, MB
Jordan.
Ben's Tech. I'm gonna
Rose.
let me get on my other account and follow you.
Jordan. Rosendale. Jordan. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Jordan. Roy. Jordan. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. Scalise. Ryan. Jeffries.
Ben's Tech, you're still
Salazar.
on.
Jordan.
I just went to follow you from my
Salinas.
other account.
Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Jordan. Sarbanes.
Oh, man.
Jeffries.
Wow.
Scalise. Jordan. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky.
Hey, Cage.
Jeffries.
How you doing?
Schiff. Jeffries.
You,
Snyder.
what happened to,
Jeffries.
Mims?
Skolton. Jeffries.
I was watching him a
Schreier.
minute ago and then poof.
Jeffries.
Huh.
Schweikert.
I'm over
Jordan.
here just watching the circus
Austin Scott.
going on with the
Jordan.
House
David
Speaker thing, and
Jeffries.
it's
Scott
interesting.
of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Jordan. Sessions. Jordan. Sewell.
Eric, you're talking about
Jeffries.
Mims?
Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. Scalise.
Yeah, Cage, this is it. It's. I was talking with.
Slotkin. Jeffries.
Okay, Eric.
Smith of Missouri. Jordan.
I was
Smith of Nebraska.
talking with some friends,
Jordan.
and we're
Smith
thinking
of
that
New
it's going to
Jersey.
go 9 rounds
Jordan.
for this vote.
Smith of Washington. Jeffries.
Unless Republicans start to jump over
Jordan.
and vote for Jeffries.
Sorensen.
But
Jeffries. Soto.
Jordan has already lost votes
Jeffries.
since
Spanberger.
yesterday. So,
Jeffries. Sparks.
yeah, we're having a repeat.
Sparks.
Yes. So, Cage,
Shakespeare.
I agree that
Jeffries.
Jeffries deserves it, but I also have a very
Stanton. Jeffries.
logical, I guess you
Stauber.
could say, reason to
Westerman.
support him for being speaker. And real quick, what it is that he's already proven that he could get bipartisan legislation through the House.
Steele.
And if
Jordan.
he were to be able to be
Stefanik.
speaker,
Jordan.
it would force
Style.
the House to work
Jordan.
in a bipartisan manner
Stubbe.
to get stuff done.
Jordan.
So whatever gets out of the
Stevens.
House with somebody like
Jeffries.
Jeffries as
Strickland.
the speaker, then
Jeffries. Strong.
we get more legislation,
Jordan.
bipartisan legislation come through,
Jeffries.
and through the
Sykes.
Senate and therefore to the president's
Jeffries.
desk. So,
Takano.
so
Jeffries.
I support him
Tenney.
for mainly that reason, not
Jordan.
just because he's
Tanadar.
a Democrat, but
Jeffries.
yeah,
Thompson of
Jordan
California.
is much worse
Jeffries.
than McCarthy.
Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries.
No matter how bad
Thompson
McCarthy
of
was bad,
Pennsylvania.
Jordan's
Jordan.
worse.
Tiffany.
So yeah, especially like you're saying, Eric, the whole
Jordan.
election denier part,
Timmons. Jordan.
and what have you. I mean, it's
Titus.
if Jordan gets it,
Jeffries.
he is going to demand
Tlaib.
that everything is like
Tlaib.
far right. Period. No ands, ifs, or
Takuda.
buts about it. Which
Jeffries.
is just going to
Taco.
mean nothing gets done
Jeffries.
at that
Torres
point.
of California.
So,
Jeffries.
so
Torres of New York. Jeffries.
yeah, and it's official.
Jeffries.
I mean, just by the numbers as it sits right now,
Trim.
Jordan's lost at least one vote since yesterday
Trim.
because it's at
Turner.
21 for others.
Jordan.
So
Underwood.
here we go again.
Valadeo.
Jordan.
Van Drew.
I mean, Jeffries has 199
Jordan.
votes right now, and Jordan only
Van
has
Gunn.
182.
Jordan. Van Orden.
How long is it going to take for him to get
Jordan.
the clue?
Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez.
So-
Jeffries. DC. Jeffries.
It's nuts.
Velasquez. Jeffries.
It is
Wagner.
nuts.
Jordan. Wahlberg. Jordan. Waltz. Jordan.
Oh, man.
Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters.
So, hey, there you are, Papa Don.
Jeffries.
How you doing?
Watson Coleman. Jeffries.
Yeah, that's half of the
Texas.
Republicans, really. Yeah,
Jordan.
their districts still vote for him. So,
Jordan.
well,
Winstrup.
I'm doing all right. I'm, obviously being entertained by what's
Westerman.
going on down the street, and
Jordan.
trying to work at the same time. But
Weston.
I'm more
Jeffries.
glued to the votes going on
Wild.
right now.
Jeffries.
Um,
Williams of
so-
Georgia. Jeffries.
supposed to be
Williams
trying
of New
to
York.
build this center console for my
Jordan.
project vehicle.
Of Texas. Jordan.
Oh man.
Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Jordan.
All right, they're
Okay.
almost done with this round.
Jordan.
Let's see what the numbers come out.
Womack. Scalise.
Exactly. Well, yes, two.
Yeah.
Jordan has lost two
Jordan.
votes compared to yesterday,
Zinke.
officially.
Jordan.
So, yeah, you're right, Eric. And definitely all that, cutting education funding and letting the Daughters of the Revolution write the curriculums. All right, so they have 4 missing votes right now. That's what it sounds like. Jordan's at 197, Jeffries is at 210, and there's 22 others. So that tells me that there's one Democrat that hasn't voted, because Jeffries should have 211, if I remember correctly. And Jordan didn't even break 200. It is wow. So let's see who those 4 are that did not cast a vote this first round. And
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members who did not answer the first call to roll.
Payne. Jeffries.
there's that 211. All right. Payne was the one that didn't vote.
Sparks.
Yeah. He's gonna need to do something.
Jordan.
It may take more than just the wallet, though.
Tlaib.
He may need to break up.
Jeffries.
He may need to break out the knee pads.
Trone. Jeffries.
Someone switched. Jeffries has 213. There's only 212 Democrats. Someone switched. So what? Ooh. Oh, plot thickens. Because remember the magic number is 217. And it has always been 5 Republicans would have to switch to, vote for Jeffries to get him to that, to that number, or just really, it's always been five Republicans doing something different, right? Jeffries has 213. So as it sits right now, Jordan got 198 votes, Jeffries at 213, and 22 voted for others. I'm going to have to go to the store and get some popcorn. Because I don't have enough in the cabinet for this shit now. Okay. Please stick around. I'll be right back. I have to run to the house. Let my wife know, because she is not able to watch this right now. Because she is in meetings all day. And she needs to know this. So I'll be right back.
With that process done and the numbers there on the screen, now the tallying finishing up and paperwork to be signed, and then it's on to next steps. As far as what next steps specifically, nobody knows at this point, but Representative Jim Jordan with 199 members of Congress. At 200 yesterday, you'll remember. Hakeem Jeffries with the same 212 from his Democratic coalition, and then 22 voting against Representative Jordan, nobody voting present. And so this is finishing up, and we'll wait and see what next steps are as the paperwork and the final dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's is done.
And I'm back. Well, hello. Wow. Wonder what Jordan's going to have to do to try to regain those votes. Where's mine? Damn it! Yep, I did. You thought I was joking. Hell no. It's so here's the thing about me, Eric. I am in the DMV area. My wife is a federal employee. So, one, we are very much, affected by what happens here. But at the same time, it's such a shit show of a circus on the Republican side. That's all I can do. Get some popcorn out and watch the circus. So now, oh no, wonder if Jim Jordan is in his office with some knee pads on and a line out the door, trying to get those votes back, or I don't know. We'll see. I think Jordan should be more concerned about what Jack Smith may have on him personally, but that's another conversation. He lost 2 votes. Remember, Tim? Yeah. Lost 2 votes from yesterday. So, yeah. They're all sitting there chatting right now, probably trying to make their deals. Wonder when the third vote's going to happen, because it's going to be a long day. Still wondering who the yeah. Yeah, I agree, Eric. Well, the ones that are involved, the ones that have had something to do with it, need to be investigated and go to jail for it. It's what was done to the Capitol building is bad. I've been there before and after January 6th, so I've seen the difference. Like what the damage was done and stuff, and it's yeah. So just the building itself, for one, but what the harm that was done to our democracy from that is inexcusable, in my opinion. So. Oh, so where is my already? Damn it. Oh, hey.
So, no, it was another permit show up that it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
But Jordan lost two of the closest to me.
I know, it's funny. Okay. Oh, that is a good one. So, the wife just told me that Jim Jordan apparently convinced two who voted against him yesterday to vote for him today. However, 4 who voted for him yesterday voted against him today. He messed up somewhere. Guess the math didn't work out for him. That is funny. That is truly funny. And apparently that additional vote for Jeffries today, was an independent who was not present yesterday, that's present today, who voted for Jeffries. So that's where that additional vote for Jeffries came from for today. So the math is mathing for Jeffries, not for Jordan. And I'm still having to try to find my super glue spray. Not there. Not here. Don't you guys hate it when you set something down somewhere, go back later on, and it's not where you thought it was? Because you use CA glue for stuff. For holding pieces together for my interior setup, and the activator spray has decided to take a vacation, apparently, because I can't find it. It's just funny. All right. Hey. You back, Cage? Oh, I'm gonna lose my. Well, I've already lost my mind. Gonna lose what is left of it. Where is that activator spray? Woo! More super glue. Oh, something just happened. Oh, looks like they're calling this third vote to order.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 5. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 1. The Honorable Tom Emmer of the state of Minnesota has received 1. Lee Zeldin of the state of New York has received 3. The Honorable Steve Scalise of the state of Louisiana has received 7. The Honorable Mike Garcia of the state of California has received 1. Candace Miller of the state of Michigan has received 1. John Boehner of the state of Ohio has received 1.
Really? John Boehner. The Republican
of the
that's
state of Texas has received 1. The Honorable Bruce Westerman of the state of Arkansas has received 1. No person having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by
Yay.
stream, a speaker has not been
Kate
elected.
Granger got a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
And that's the end result of this second day of voting on a House Speaker, not going the way for Representative Jim Jordan. And next steps to be determined as the House considers and leadership considers its next moves. You can call in and
So they're going in recess.
That play out into the morning and into the afternoon. Republicans 202-748-8921. Democrats 202-748-8920. Others 202-748-8922.
I don't get it. So
You can text us at 202-748-8903. You can post on X at C-SPAN.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Facebook is facebook.com/C-SPAN.
hop on,
reporting that House
reply to
Republicans
some of my
on,
some of the comments I know have popped up on my thread,
That's per sources.
on my account here,
Process. What we'll see
because
play
I've
out
already
is
pissed off quite a few
yes.
people this morning.
We've been talking to
Um,
legislators and throughout the course of
and try to get some more done. I'll be back if they decide to do more voting. All right. So thanks for coming on and watching, and
Steny Hoyer on the steps of the Capitol.
we'll see what happens.
This idea.
Have a good one.
Here's a portion of that.
Well, it doesn't have to be a public initiative, and we have to discuss it and we'll determine that. But it is important for us to get the Congress working on behalf of the American people. And the way we move forward is in a bipartisan fashion. That's the way we're going to move forward. That's the way we're going to get the Congress working. The extreme element of the Republican Party has now shut down the Congress for maybe 3 weeks since September 1st. Either by not voting for rules, by not being able to elect a speaker, whatever the reasons are. That's not good for the American people. We have some real crises going on around the country. Israel, we need to make sure we act on behalf of Israel and its people. We need to make, and by the way, and humanitarian aid for Palestinians as well. But we also need to act on Ukraine. We need to act on the budget that's coming up, the CR that's coming up, and for a longer term funding. So we have a lot to do in this country. We need to act on behalf of the disaster relief. But continuing to refuse when you can't do anything yourself makes no sense for America.
Do you want Democratic leadership to tell the rest of the right?
So yes, I do stand corrected. I went back and watched, and yes, I did say that. But you're still choosing to ignore the context. Have a day.
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
That's weird.
So yes, I do stand corrected. I went back and watched. So I suggest you go back and watch that video and listen carefully to what I said there. Because that child will become a terrorist because of what he experienced. Don't tell us me.
You really felt the need to make the same comment twice? Once to me and once to someone else? While completely ignoring the context of what I'm saying. Spend 5 minutes looking through the video and saw my face. Just 5 fucking minutes. You'll understand where I stand. If you can't even do that, go away.
Looking at the videos on my page.
It's the moment you've been waiting for. Game day. All those hours of practice, all that dedication and hard work will finally pay off. You're geared up, listening to your favorite pump up playlist, ready to become a legend. And then,
Don't let heavyweights ruin your life. Try it.
don't kill the vibe. Start your 30-day free trial today.
So I'm redoing this video. So I've already done one video stitching this. It's going to get deleted.
It's triple protection made simple. Simparica Trio is the first monthly children that covers heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, round and hookworms.
So this is going to be a long one because you already know I did one video with this original one, but I'm going to delete it because apparently some people have missed the context of the original and are getting butthurt over one little thing that I said at the end. So let me make myself perfectly fucking clear about why I'm stitching this video. Look into that child's eyes. Look at the horror in that child's eyes. And imagine what he witnessed. Now, understand that child is not receiving the psychological and mental health care that he desperately needs right now to process that horrible situation that he had just witnessed. And because of that lack of care and that lack of I'm restitching that video and deleting the original that I did because apparently some people are ignoring the context and hyper focusing on the last fucking sentence that I said instead of the context of that video. So let me make myself perfectly fucking clear about this. That child needs psychological care along with hundreds of others. Many of you have already seen the first video that I made. Many of you understand the context of what I meant when I made that video. But apparently, there's a few people who want to hyper focus on one little sentence in that entire post instead of understanding the context. So I'm going to replace that video with this one and make myself perfectly fucking clear for everyone that there are children in Gaza right now, just like that one, who have experienced extreme trauma that no one should ever have to experience, especially as a child. And the fact that that child most likely is not receiving good fuck. Many of you have seen that. Many of you have already seen the original video that I posted, stitching that child. And apparently a few of you have already seen the video that I posted, stitching that original one. Some of you who obviously have not bothered to watch any of my videos to even understand who I am in any form or fashion seem to want to hyper focus on one sentence instead of the context behind that video. So I'm going to make myself fucking perfectly clear on this with this one. And it is that child, I want you to look at the horror in that child's eyes, the pain in that child's eyes, and understand that he is most likely not receiving an ounce of psychological care right now to process what he experienced. And because of that, he is going to be a target for groups like Hamas to become a member of a terrorist organization. Because that's what they do. That's how they fucking recruit. So if you want to help end what's going on, fight for those children to get the care that they so desperately need right now. Instead of pointing fucking fingers and accusing people of trying to blame others. Some of you have already seen the first video that I stitched this with. And a few find it necessary to, instead of understand the context behind that video, or even spend 5 minutes looking at my profile, are hyper focusing on one sentence of what I said at the end. And you can't even grasp the concept of what I was trying to say and why that sentence is significant. But you want to preach about rhetoric. So, some of you have already seen a video that I've done earlier, stitching that video. And some of you who have no fucking idea who I am and don't even bother to spend 5 minutes looking at any of my videos, find it necessary to accuse me of spreading anti-Islam rhetoric and condemning that child to a future of being a terrorist, while completely ignoring every fucking word and point of context prior to what I was saying to that. That one sentence at the very end where I said he would become a terrorist. Every fucking word I said before that, you ignored. That is advocating for that child and children like him who are experiencing the horrors in Gaza right now, who desperately need and require proper psychological care to process what they are experiencing. Because if you take even a second to empathize with that child in that video and look into his eyes, you will see sheer terror in that kid's eyes. I can only fathom what he witnessed just before that video was taken of him. And you know what? I stand by what I said in that other video. Because if he does not receive proper psychological care to process what he experienced and what others are experiencing from this conflict, groups like Hamas will seek out those children and recruit them to become terrorists, because that's how it's done. A person who has a warm bed to sleep in, 3 warm meals to eat each day, stable electricity, clean drinking water, a stable life, doesn't just suddenly decide to become a terrorist. No. It's because they have an experience in their life that is not addressed properly. And they have to find a way to express that anger. So guess what? Hamas is going to seek out children just like that little boy and tell them it's not our fault. It's the West. It's their fault that your mom and dad died in that bomb. It's the West's fault that you don't have clean drinking water or food to eat, to have a regular meal. That's how they will turn a child like that into a terrorist, because that is who they are looking for. So yes, like I said in the other video, if that child does not receive adequate and proper mental health care immediately and long term, that child is at high risk of becoming a terrorist because he will be recruited by those organizations.
You really felt the need to make the same comment twice? Once to me and once to someone else? While completely ignoring the context of what I'm saying. Spend 5 minutes looking through the videos. I don't know why people turning into terrorists. What the child just experienced is what we have to become terrorists. Because they see us. His life and the lives of those that he witnessed. his life and the lives of those that he witnessed be extinguished and to others. If that child does not receive psychological help immediately, and continually through the rest of his life, he will become terrorist. People turn into terrorists. The child just experienced. That's why we have people who become terrorists. So, some of you have seen the video that stitching that video. Some of I can help looking idea of what I have and don't even bother to spend 5 minutes looking at any of my videos. Find it necessary to accuse me of spreading anti-Islam rhetoric and condemning that child to the future of being a terrorist, while completely ignoring every fucking word and point of context prior to what I'm saying to that. One sentence in the green where I said you become terrorists. Every fucking word I said before that, you ignore. Is advocating for that child. And children like him are experiencing the horrors in Gaza right now, who desperately need and require proper psychological care to process what they are experiencing. Because if you take a second to empathize with that child in that video and look into his eyes, you'll see sheer terror in that kid's eyes. I can only fathom what you witnessed just before that video was taken with them. You know what? I stand by what I said in that other video. Because if he does not receive proper psychological care to process what he experienced and what others are experiencing from this conflict, groups like Hamas will seek out those children and recruit them to become terrorists, because that's how it's done. The person who has a warm bed to sleep Therefore, that your mom and dad died in that war. It's the West's fault that you don't have clean drinking or food that contains to have a regular meal. That's how they will turn a child like that into a terrorist. Because that is so yes, like I said in the other video, if that child does not receive adequate and proper mental health care, immediate and long term, that child is at high risk of becoming a terrorist because he will be recruited by those organizations. I have to apologize because I don't know enough about how to use this app.
Hey everybody, go watch that video in its entirety and get back to me. This video is for educational purposes only. There's no bullying or harassment intended. No disrespect.
I have to apologize because I don't know enough about how to use this app yet to credit other content providers, but I just watched a video. I think it's called Gaza to the Sea, or I'm not exactly what River to the Sea. Anyway, they mentioned a really important point in reference to the speech by Joe Biden in Congress. And he said basically, and this has to do with why the U.S. supports Israel, sorry. He said, if there wasn't an Israel, we would have to create one. He says, $3 billion a year is the best investment we can possibly make. What he means by that is because of the oil-rich nations in that region with whom the U.S. does not have strong relations, as well as we don't have a huge military presence or base from which to operate should conflict erupt. Israel, as a geostrategic location and ally, is critical to U.S. interests as it pertains to energy and global conflict, which is pretty disgusting because you'd want to think that we support a country because we have common interests and common alignment with values and people. But as always, everything comes down to power and money and control of resources. And this is no different. I'm just so saddened by what's going on right now. I actually got a couple of messages from some people in Gaza who have picked up on my messages. And the stories they're sharing are just, oh my God, man. I mean, I actually almost started crying so bad. I very rarely get emotional about these things, but they're really in me. They're just absolutely desperate. And they're watching their people die. It's like the hundreds every day. It's just, it's so bad. I can't believe our country supports this. Something has to change. I have to apologize because I don't know enough about how to use this app yet to credit other content providers, but I just watched a video. I think it's called Gaza to the Sea, or I'm not exactly what the River to the Sea. Anyway, they mentioned a really important point in reference to the whole speech by Joe Biden in Congress. And he said basically, and this has to do with why the U.S. supports Israel, sorry. He said, I have to apologize because I don't know enough about how to use this app yet to
Hey everybody, go watch that video in its entirety and get back to me. This video is for educational purposes only. There's no bullying or harassment intended. No disrespect to this creator, but come on, give me a break with the pearl clutching. The fact that he can't see the parallels between how Israel was started and how the U.S. was started shows either he hasn't paid attention to history or it's the typical non-melanated, I'm an individual, so it's not something that I personally did. This country was started the same way that Israel was, for the same reason. God gave us this country. It's amazing to me all the pearl clutching that took the land from the Native Americans. The indigenous. Remember, we always talk about indigenous people. And then to add insult to injury, they brought the slave trade over too. So this whole pearl clutching of how could our government, that is our government. That's how it was established. That's how it operates. And you're shocked by this? I mean, I don't know about you, but I sat up for several years of my education here in the U.S. of learning exactly just that. So, it's the pearl clutching in this I can't believe our government, but that is who our government is. It's who it's always been. It's how it was established. It was established on the genocide of Native American people and subsequently Black folks too. Remember Reconstruction? They just put in anti-lynching laws just last year. So give me a break with this. Our government is supporting this heinousness. You had no problems with it when the government was doing it to the Native Americans, to the slaves, to the Chinese. You had no problem with the internment camps. And I'm not saying this personal creator, let me put that out there, but there seems to be no problems with that. So if you really and truly believe that our government should not be involved in something like this, then when are you going to give the land back to the Native Americans? You're not going to. When are you going to give Mexico back? All the way back up to Washington State, Oregon State? When are you going to give it back? So spare all of us with the whole, I can't believe our government would do this, because if you're not willing to give the U.S. back to the Native Americans, stop with the bullshit of how wrong this is in Israel, because you got to start to clean out your own house first. And if you can't clean your own house, don't tell somebody else how to clean yours.
Supreme's life went away as well, so. Watch this, and I'll be back.
You also remember when BLM burned down the entire country and they were racial justice?
Do I remember when BLM burned down the entire country in the name of racial justice? Let me think.
No.
And I guess that has a lot to do with human beings being unable to remember shit that didn't happen.
Well, the organization is now proud supporter of Hamas terrorists.
Well, except for the fact that they didn't. There was this one unfortunate tweet from Black Lives Matter Chicago, which I will admit is in pretty poor taste. But they have since deleted the tweet and said this. Yesterday, we sent out messages that we aren't proud of. We stand with Palestine and the people who will do whatever they must to live free. Our hearts are with the grieving mothers, those rescuing babies from rubble, who are in danger of being wiped out completely. I shouldn't have to point this out, but here we are. Palestinians and Hamas are not the same thing. Supporting humane treatment of the Palestinians is not the same thing as supporting Hamas. And I also want to point out that was only Black Lives Matter Chicago. That was not every member or supporter of Black Lives Matter.
I guess they meant that they said all lives didn't matter. I'm glad for people to support them.
Yeah. Watch this. Fans believe that something's missing from the Rock's new wax sculpture. It's melanin. Melanin. That's what's missing. They really thought they could just spit Mr. Clean. You know what this bullshit?
Remember when Lauren Cooper was involved in public sex acts at a performance of Beetlejuice with some dude she was dating? She said she is no longer seen. It turns out that Lauren Cooper spent campaign funds at the bar where drag shows are owned by that very dude. I know this might be complicated, but maybe it's not. I don't care about drag shows personally. But Lauren Cooper has done the I'm the moral majority game, we are the moral people, so on and so forth, for a long time now. And one of the targets is drag shows. Drag shows are bad, drag shows are evil, they can't expose kids to them. And, these people that support drag shows are bad. Well, she dated a guy whose bar ran drag shows, but just as importantly, she funded the bar that runs drag shows for $240,000. But it's actually her donors who did it. She used the campaign money. What's brilliant about this is that she has support from people who hate drag shows, and then she spent some of the donations from those people who hate drag shows at a bar that does drag shows, which are supposedly bad.
You know what this bullshit?
I agree with you for the most part on this because, yes, there are a lot of people that have trouble with accepting the trauma or empathizing with the trauma. Oh, sorry. Yes, I agree with you because I mean, well, one, you and I share quite a bit of experience and uh, things that we could relate to with each other. Oh, yes, sir. Um, you're correct in this, and I would also add that a lot of it is where people just they cognitively have a hard time with the empathy when they try to empathize with a situation like this, having no knowledge of what it's like to be in a situation of trauma, extreme trauma. They think they have the high road in certain scenarios. Additionally, I think that also in this particular instance, and I'm trying to think of a, because we've talked. One, trying to think of a way to say this. On the face of it, if you just come into any of my videos and misunderstand something, it's very easy to automatically think that you've got the high road because European Americans have made that very easy to do. That's why, say, again, people like me, if there is that misunderstanding in the context, it's very important to watch my videos to get some context. That's why I also watch other people's videos to get context. Yes, sir. I agree with you to an extent in this situation. I mean, yes, it very much is selective hearing, along with, I would say, a bit of, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some, that's what I'm looking for, some racial trauma involved with where some of that came from. And seeing a European American as myself making said comments and stuff and missing that context, it's easy to just jump on me in that sense. And that's why it's important. Take a little bit of time to study who it is that we're addressing, right? Yeah, because as you and I have been mutuals for a while, we understand each other in a sense, right? You know, enough, you understand me enough that I'm not the typical European American. And I think that may be part of that miscommunication. Is that assumption was made about me. Now, I'm not going to take it personal beyond what I've already done. I hope the person does take some time to get to know me through my videos. And hopefully, yeah. So, I agree with you for the most part, sir. And I would risk making the, I would say, assumption. Okay, I'm going to risk this assumption in this particular situation with one of the people that I'm referring to in that video. And it's that some of it may be based in, coming from them, based in some racial trauma that they may have experienced or seen. And when they lost the context through the original video, they took that, I wouldn't say self-righteous position, but felt like they needed to try to put the European American in her place without taking the time to study said European American through their previous videos to understand where I stand on this stuff. So I hope that person. I mean, I looked at her videos, some of her videos, and I mean, yeah, I think there could be a mutual following there if we get past this. Now, some of the other people making comments. No, there's no mutual agreement possible, and with some of them. But, anyways, I digress. Yeah, I think like I said, there's a little bit of both there. I think I want to say that oh yes, sir. Um, I agree with you when it comes to some of the comments I have received on that original video. There's one in particular though that I would be willing to stick my neck out enough to say that there was some racial trauma involved in the comment towards me when that context was lost during the video. And I invite that person to look at more of my videos and come hopefully to the understanding that I am on the same side as that person with this stuff. And we shared quite a bit in similar views. And there's a strong potential for probably a mutual connection on this app. You know, me follow them, they follow me type thing. And we actually have some good interaction. But yeah, there are some that just, no, no, I'm not even going to reply to some of these people who are making comments right now. But yeah, you know where I'm at. You've seen my videos. We've interacted quite a bit. So I appreciate it. I value you and many of the others that I am usually with on this app. I learn a lot, and I continue to learn from many of you. So, yeah, thank you. Continue to watch this. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You know why people turn into terrorists?
As I've said in other videos that were posted, I take responsibility for that last sentence. And I've made another video about explaining further detail about my position with it. It remains the same. Just explaining a little bit. Like I've posted in other comments with videos from the same thread. Yes, I said it. I admit I said it. Could have said it better. However, the context remains the same. I see what you're saying. I agree with you. And I take responsibility, and like I've said in other videos, I take responsibility for what I said in that. However, the context still remains the same. The goals for recruitment remain the same. Therefore, that child is going to still be at a much higher risk of being recruited, regardless of what I've said. I think we're saying, I agree with you. And I take responsibility. Like I've said in other videos, I take responsibility for what I said. Well, if you watch any of the other videos on this thread, you'll see that I take responsibility for what I said. And I probably could have said it better. However, not knowing what's going to happen with that child, I think it's safest to assume that groups like Hamas will try to recruit him. So, I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. However, given context, given what little information is available of current situations, and given historical context, yeah, I would say it's safe to assume that if not Hamas, another radical organization will definitely try to recruit the child and other children like her. So if not him, there will be from others. I understand what you're saying here. I agree with you for the most part. However, given the lack of real-time information, we have to go off of historical information. And historically, this is how terrorist organizations recruit. So the likelihood of that child, among others, in Gaza, being recruited, or at least the attempt to recruit them, is almost certain.
I understand what you're saying here. I agree with you for the most part. However, giving a lack of real-time information, we have to go off of historical information. And historically, this is how terrorist organizations operate. I understand what you're saying here. I agree with you for the most part. However, I understand what you're saying here. I agree with you for the most part. However, I understand what you're saying here. I agree with you. So, actually, as reported by their own fucking government, Twitter. I have to apologize because I don't know how to use this app yet. So, one, I would suggest you go back and watch that video and listen carefully to what I said. Because at no time do I
Unfortunately, I'm going to disagree with you on this because vigilantism is taking the law in your own hands, which is not what Hamas is doing. Hamas's goal is a political change in Israel when it comes to how Gaza, Lebanon, unfortunately, I will disagree with you on this because vigilantism is taking the law into your own hands. Unfortunately, I will disagree with you on this because you want to call it vigilantism, which it is not. Hamas is not taking the law into their own hands to fight a crime. They are trying to change a government policy within the Israeli government when it comes to the handling of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip and the Lebanese people. That, by definition, is terrorism. So I am going to have to disagree with you on this comment and the other one because vigilantism is taking the law in your own hands to fight an act of crime. What Hamas is doing is acting against Israel, the government of Israel, to get them to change government policy when it comes to their actions towards the people of Gaza. And
So, one, I'm not suggesting you go back and watch that video. You listen carefully to what I said, because at no time
I will have to disagree with you on this because vigilantism is taking the law in your own hands to fight a act of crime. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on this because vigilantism is taking the law in your own hands. I have to disagree with you on this because vigilantism is enacting justice outside of the law to fight a criminal act. What Hamas is doing is using criminal acts to change the policies of the Israeli government.
Because they realized it's a fucking war crime. No, actually, as reported by their own fucking government Twitter account, and then deleted 5 minutes after it was posted. Because they realized it's a fucking war crime. No, actually, as reported by their own fucking government Twitter account, and then deleted 5 minutes after it was posted.
But how close is it? If I'm to the Israeli stance.
I think it's very close. Even I served after 9/11. I was in the military. I was sent to Iraq. I fought in battles. It doesn't mean I was looking for revenge. The idea of all sides so far will follow the laws of war, even in the execution of this brutal mission. And both sides have the legal obligation to protect civilians. And it's natural with those words. Israel has the right and the duty to protect from this ever happening again. And that mission could accomplish that.
John Spencer, important information, and we thank you for taking the time to be on the program today. Appreciate it. That is going to do it for us this hour. Make sure to join us for Christianity Reports every weekday, 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on MSNBC. Our coverage will continue with KHO Reports right after this break.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occur. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take it if allergic to Rinvoq. A serious reaction can occur.
Interesting.
If you are or may become pregnant.
Protesters are inside the Canon office building right now. Not sure what they're protesting at the moment. Still waiting on this.
American infrastructure. Megawatts of power.
Get ready for House Speaker. Desperately need one right now to be elected. And, you know, are involved with Israel.
Systems running America's infrastructure. For these services, for the 336 million of us living here.
So, here's
Your record
something
label is
interesting.
taking off, but some users
The
now
Canon
mention
office
you
building,
need to hire.
House office
Indeed,
building.
you do. Indeed
Here in
Instant
DC.
instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit
Protesters are
Indeed.com/hire.
inside the building.
When it comes to family, I always do what's best.
Both
My parents
Jewish
taught me
and
that. That's why I call
Islamic
home a place for
groups.
mom.
Their personalized guidance was just what I needed to find senior living for months. And their advice is free. Not just free, invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget, guiding us to the best decision. I never expected a free service to make such a difference. Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
You mean this one, the one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Biggest stealing wishes for the birthday was not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone with the home iPhone 15.
There's an interesting twist.
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Let's get this sale. Let's go get
Jewish and Islamic groups are both in the Canon office building at the moment,
So we created new
protesting
for contacts for a boost of moisture that
Israel's
lasts
actions.
So all kinds of contacts can stay comfortable throughout the day, and it's preservative free. Stay fired true to your eyes.
I'd like to thank Stitch Fix for always making me look great.
So this one,
So I can take care of things.
I'd like to thank my stylist. Now getting dressed so easy. Thanks for getting my fit just right. For finding me looks that work for me and my budget.
For finding me my favorite pair of jeans.
I like to thank Stitch Fix because I look good.
Thanks, Stitch Fix. You just get it.
They get me.
You just get it.
And they'll get you too.
Take your style quiz today.
Welcome to the new season with a deep cleaning by Stanley Steel. Our certified technicians will renew your carpets, air ducts, upholstery, tile floors, and more, clearing away the dust and debris. We clean using powerful proprietary equipment and family-safe cleaning solutions to leave your space looking and feeling fresh. Call or go online to schedule your professional cleaning with Stanley Steamer today.
Israeli troops are still clearing the civilians. They fear that there might still be Hamas fighters hidden in some of these buildings.
What's the youngest victim you've treated?
Babies.
We've heard that the IDF has evacuated this town.
This is not going to be easy. A ground incursion will result in many deaths. What went wrong here? Was this an intelligence failure? Was it a failure of the unit?
Continue with you, I'm Kitty Turner. The region surrounding Israel is a powder keg, and yesterday's explosion at a Gaza hospital lit a dangerous match, fueling protests in the occupied West Bank, Lebanon, Jordan, Tunisia, Morocco, Libya, Yemen, Turkey, and Iran. With Jordan's King Abdullah warning this war will plunge the region into an unspeakable disaster. What does that mean? And did President Biden's meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu help the situation or hurt it? He's on his way back to the United States right now, and though his in-person meeting with the leaders of Egypt and the West Bank was canceled after that hospital explosion, the White House says he's still going to be talking to those leaders. What intelligence will he show them to try and prove the hospital explosion was not an Israeli rocket, but a misfire from Gaza's Islamic Jihad, as our intelligence in the U.S. suggests it is? And will those leaders even believe it? And even if they do, is it going to matter to the Arab street? Joining us now from Ashdod, Israel, is NBC News foreign correspondent Raph Sanchez. Raph, I know there are big questions surrounding all of this. Let us just start with what we know right now, what we can say right now.
Okay, it's been a little more than 24 hours since that explosion at the Al-Athli hospital in Gaza City. The fog of war lifting somewhat, but still a lot of big questions, as you say. Here's what we do know. The Israeli military over the course of the day has been presenting evidence that it says shows that it was not an Israeli airstrike that caused this explosion. It was, in fact, a misfired Palestinian rocket. Two main pieces of evidence. One, they showed us drone footage taken by an Israeli military drone over this hospital. And they say when you look at that drone footage, something is missing. That something is a crater, which is what you would expect to see if an Israeli heavy bomb, heavy ordnance dropped from a fighter aircraft had caused this explosion. Instead, they say there's no crater, there's minimal damage to the buildings in the surrounding area. Two, the Israelis have released what they say is an intercepted conversation between two Hamas officials in which it's in Arabic, in which you can hear these people seemingly acknowledging that it was a Palestinian rocket that misfired. Katie, we should be really, really clear. NBC News has not been able to independently verify either of these Israeli claims. We cannot get into Gaza. We cannot walk the grounds in this hospital. You may hear a boom behind me just now. So it is really, really hard to know, but the United States is saying its own assessment matches Israel's. Two senior U.S. officials, including our colleague Courtney Kuby, they assessed that it was an Islamic Jihad rocket. The Palestinians are still adamant this was an airstrike, and as
We're going to go slide by slide through the evidence that is.
Israel feels that this operation in Gaza has to end with the toppling of Hamas. Interestingly, Katie, he cautioned Israel to learn from the lessons and the
People of Gaza need food, water, medicine, shelter. Today, I asked the Israeli cabinet, who I've met with for some time this morning, to agree to the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, based on the understanding that there will be inspections, that the aid should go to civilians, not to Hamas. Israel agreed humanitarian assistance can begin to move from Egypt to Gaza. Let me be clear, if Hamas diverts or steals
Palestinian Americans being able to leave, and that optimism has been dashed. This is a hugely complicated. You also have Egyptian
prospects after all of this. And I just want to underscore what you said a moment ago. I see you looking back. I imagine you're hearing a few more things.
You may be able to see, Katie, these are flares off in the distance. So this is the Israeli military illuminating the area near the Gaza border. You may be able to see they're kind of hovering in the air. That's so Israeli ground troops can see with visibility what's going on the other side of the Gaza border.
Got it. Just to underscore what you were saying about President Biden's warning about what we did after 9/11. Again, remember, we made massive, massive mistakes after 9/11 that just destroyed swaths of the Middle East, created a vacuum for ISIS, and embedded deeply anger toward and mistrust of the United States. President Biden warning, don't do what we did. Raf Sanchez, Raf, thank you as always. And you can see the building anger in the city of Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. NBC News Q4 correspondent Richard Engel has more from the ground there.
I'll give you a sense of what is happening here. These young men are throwing stones using slingshots at Israeli troops. And if you look up behind me over here, you can see an Israeli Jeep. For now, they are just holding that position. They have, however, been firing what looks like live ammunition. We saw a young man shot earlier in the leg. He was carried off, taken into an ambulance. In other places, the protests are much larger. In Beirut, in front of the U.S. Embassy, there are many protesters there gathered expressing outrage, blaming Israel, and Lebanese security forces are trying to clear them out. There have been protests
I agree in the sense that it's not fair that Israel continues to claim the victim
Hamas has pointed out is that the IDF in the past has said things about incidents and then had to walk them back. Specifically, a Palestinian journalist who was shot and killed a while ago. The IDF said that was Palestinian militants responsible for her death. They then
I'm sure they don't give two shits
the Israeli
about
military that came out and said
Palestinians.
that it was Israeli military that was responsible.
We're going to ask someone about that in just a moment. And again, NBC News can't confirm this because NBC News currently does not have any of our reporters on the ground in Gaza. We can't get in there right now, so we can't see this for ourselves. Stephanie, thank you very much. Coming up next, the audio of a Hamas official telling NBC's Richard Engel, you can see him right here talking to that Hamas official. He's telling Richard what Hamas needs to release all civilian hostages.
What is sit back? The senior advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joins me in 60 seconds.
Consumer Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you? This is a butt dial. Oh, somebody's butt? Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular, you can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers, but for up to half the price.
Always lived in California, but never did take up surfing until just a few years ago. A surf session can be pretty physically demanding, and balance in nature helps me do that. I love being out on the water. I don't want to slow down. I plan on surfing until I'm 80, and I don't think I would be able to surf every day if it wasn't for balance in nature.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code.
Right. It isn't fair that Hamas is being labeled as a terrorist organization while Israel gets to pay the victim card at every turn.
So researchers.
However, Hamas is a terrorist organization. It just is.
Ambassador Mark Reagan, senior advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and a former
Their
Israeli
actions
ambassador to the UK.
are not
Let me ask
to
you
protect
about this explosion at the hospital in Gaza.
Palestinian
It's so
people.
important to get this right. It's inflamed so
They are
much of
not
the region.
to.
And tell me everything
Their
that
actions are
Israel
not
says it knows about
done
that explosion.
to,
Why Israel is adamant it was not. Why Benjamin Netanyahu, the
promote
IDF, says it was not them.
So first of all, we
prosperity
target hospitals. And so
for
that's policy. Now, there's always the possibility that it was mistaken fire.
their
And we checked
actions
ourselves.
are solely
And we didn't
for
find any examples of that.
political change.
And then we looked at videos. We looked at,
And they
video from the Al Jazeera,
do harm
which, as you know,
to the Palestinian people.
television satellite
All their actions
and they're
do
not
harm
particularly friendly to Israel, and they had a
to
video
the
that
Palestinians.
showed the missiles going up.
That is why they have not held an
There
election
was an Israeli video
in almost
that corroborated the same thing.
10 years now, I believe.
All this is public information. You can look at the videos yourself. And
because that's all they,
also had an
that's all
intelligence
Hamas wants is power.
two Hamas operatives talking, where they actually admit that they know
And
that
they
this
want to
was
change
an Islamic Jihad rocket. Now,
the
this is not a surprise. In the
political
past, we've seen many
position.
of the rockets of Islamic Jihad malfunction. Some people put the statistics
So-
in close to 30%. And they malfunction, they fall short,
You're right.
and they land in Gaza.
That is not
sometimes,
fair.
with fatalities. There was a
That
documented case in
Israel gets to
last
play the
fighting,
victim card
in
at
2022.
every turn.
There was an Islamic Jihad rocket
However,
landed on a refugee camp inside the Gaza Strip. Obviously, it was aimed at us.
Hamas
And at the time,
still a
of course, it was
terrorist
Israel,
organization.
and
What
at
they
the time,
do
it also proved conclusively, as in the videoing, just seeing the rocket take off the trajectory and the malfunction it falling in the neighborhood. That was the case this time. You
Their
shouldn't be
actions
surprised
are
that the Hamas,
not
of course, I mean, to be frank,
to
we see how brutal they are, we see they have no qualms about killing innocent people, and so I don't think you should be surprised that they have no qualms about being very,
their
very liberal,
actions
very
are to change
untruthful. Liberal and
the
we
policies
might say
of
they're
the
very
Israeli government.
loose with the facts.
Dishonest,
So
I
that
think is the
they
word you were looking for as well. Let me ask you about respectfully about credibility here, and I know our reporter Stephanie Goss just mentioned it. I'm sure you've heard
Increase
it.
their
Israel has walked back
power.
claims that it did not do something before, most notably pretty recently, the killing of a Palestinian American journalist, Shireen Abu Akleh, last year. The IDF said it wasn't them, it was Palestinian fire. It was the IDF. Is there a credibility problem here? When you say you didn't do something, maybe there's a lot of people in the Arab Street who say, hey, listen, you said that before and it wasn't true.
So first I'll ask you the first question. You've got a democratic country which has checks and balances, and you've got a terrorist group. And you have to ask yourself, who is more credible? That's the first thing. The second thing you have to ask is, I can give you documented cases in the past where we've made a mistake, and after investigation, we've admitted to the mistake.
I agree. It's not fair to
In one of the previous fighting where there were 3 boys on the beach in Gaza and they were killed. We investigated and we did release a statement saying it was a target was misidentified and they were killed by 25.
So when you make a mistake, you do admit it. On the case of that particular journalist, there is still a question mark whether it was Israeli fire or Palestinian fire. We say it's possible it was Israeli fire, but we're still not sure. And the truth is, no one is sure. There was an American investigation, and that was also inconclusive. So you've got to be careful about the case of the journalist Shirin Abu Akleh as well. It's not conclusive who was responsible for her death until today.
Let me ask you about the aid getting into Gaza. I know Benjamin Netanyahu agreed to not block aid from coming into Egypt. It's still not clear when that's going to happen. There are a lot of people who look at the suffering in Gaza right now of the people, not of Hamas, but of the people drinking toilet water, for instance, in order to survive. And they'll ask Israel, I understand the grief and the anger and the desire to root out Hamas. I don't understand why all of Gaza, including the 2 million civilians, have to suffer for it as well.
So the Israeli position is as follows. The borders between Israel and Gaza will remain closed. As long as there are 2 million people kidnapped and held by Hamas in Gaza, you cannot have business as usual. There's a situation of war between us and the Gaza Strip, and those crossings will remain closed. Hamas has to understand that you can't shoot rockets at Israel and butcher our people and take them hostage and do all sorts of horrific things that you've reported on MSNBC and expect that the crossings will be open for trade and supplies to come in. It's just an illogical expectation. Now, what we have said, and this is one of the outcomes of the president's visit, which was a good visit, a healthy visit, it was very much appreciated by the Israelis that he came and showed solidarity. We will not object to supplies coming in through the Egyptian frontier. That's not our frontier, that's the border between sovereign Egyptian territory and the Gaza Strip. We will not obstruct that.
Does not change the fact
and President
that
Biden stated
Hamas
that because of weapons also declared in this Israeli position that we have to have assurances that Hamas does not siphon away aid from their military machine. They do not steal the aid for their own fighters.
They have
there was
no
an
intent.
case 2 days ago where fuel supplies came to the Gaza Strip. Israel didn't object. We were told it was for generators in Gaza hospitals, and of course that's a justified humanitarian request. But we know for a fact that Hamas stole a large part of that petroleum, that petrol, that gas, and we presume it went to their military machine. And here's a problem.
Let me ask you this. Hold on, because we're running out of time and your window is closing on us. When we're talking about your fight, who's your fight with? Is it with Hamas or is it with the people of Gaza? Because they haven't had an election in 17 years, and you can't exactly say all of them are supporting Hamas. They don't really have a choice right now in what happens next. Half the population is children. So who is the fight with? Is it with Hamas or is it with all of the Gazans there? Because right now, all of the Gazans are suffering for what Hamas did.
First of all, unequivocally, we're targeting Hamas, we're not targeting the civilian population of Gaza. I said that.
How can you say that when aid can't get through?
Well, we didn't stop the aid going through. Those 6 petroleum vehicles to bring petrol to the people of Gaza, to bring gas to them. That was Hamas stole that. And I think the international community has to be clear. And as President Biden, we have to have assurances. There have to be arrangements on the ground to make sure that if people are getting aid for Gaza, that aid goes to who it's intended to go to and not to a terrorist group. Surely that's a justified demand. And if Hamas is going to siphon off aid and steal it from the people of Gaza, that's essentially what's happening. That is unacceptable. And people understand, who must understand who is preventing the people of Gaza from receiving aid. And we shouldn't be supporting
October 7th. What happened to Israel on October 7th is awful, unspeakably awful, terrible. What's happening with the hostage is terrible. But are you worried about losing international support when the images of what is happening to people in Gaza are also horrible? Drinking toilet water, fleeing south, not having anywhere to go, not having food, not having water, not having medical aid. Are you concerned about losing international support?
First of all, because we don't see the people of Gaza as the target of our offensive. On the contrary, we're trying to save lives by telling them, asking them to leave areas of conflict. But we do that because it's the right thing to do.
But we had President Biden here today. We had the German Chancellor here yesterday. We've got the British Prime Minister here tomorrow. We've got the French President here after that. And there's strong support for Israel. And I think in the international community, people understand that we have to fight back and hit back Hamas hard. Now, we don't want to see the civilians getting caught up in the crossfire. I'd like to be able to tell you that not a single civilian is going to get hurt. Unfortunately, I can't make that promise, not because I'm a global person, but because in every conflict in recent history, there's not been a war without civilians getting hurt. But what I can promise you is this: we will make a maximum effort, just as the United States would, just as other democratic countries would, to prevent civilian casualties. That's not in our interest. We don't want it. We will make a maximum effort to avoid it.
Mr.
Here we have to say,
Very quickly.
I just want to say,
Go ahead.
please.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that Hamas, if our goal is minimum civilian harm, it's clear that Hamas is using the Gaza population, the civilian population, as a human shield. And they're actually, when we're asking Gazan civilians to vacate areas of fighting to save themselves, not to get caught up in a crossfire, Hamas is demanding that they stay. It's saying they must become martyrs for the cause, putting up roadblocks, protecting people to evacuate future combat zones. It shows, I think, what Hamas thinks about the people of Gaza. They want to sacrifice them all on their crazy, extremist agenda.
Let me ask you very quickly about the hostages. Hamas leadership or an official told NBC News that if you stop the bombing, they'll release all civilian hostages. Is that even on the table?
On the contrary, they have to release the hostages unconditionally. That's what President Biden said. That's what the whole international community is saying. They must release the hostages immediately and unconditionally. In the meantime, before they do that, there should be Red Cross visits to the hostages. These people are not bargaining chips. These people deserve to be set free, and that should be the demand.
Ambassador Mark Regev, thank you as always very much for coming on our show. We do appreciate it.
I appreciate you having me.
Coming up next, Jim Jordan loses support for the speakership and loses the vote again today. So what now?
From pepper their step to shine their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
My frequent heartburn had me taking antacid after antacid all day long. But with Prilosec OTC, just one pill a day blocks heartburn for a full 24 hours. For one and done heartburn relief, Prilosec OTC, one pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn.
The first time you take a step back
I made that.
with your very own online store.
I said that.
You can manage it.
I built it.
And it was easy with a partner that put you first. Go there.
At Humana, we believe your healthcare evolves with you, and part of that evolution means choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. With original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you'll have to pay a deductible for each. A Medicare supplement plan pays for some or all of your original Medicare deductibles, but they may have higher monthly premiums and no prescription drug coverage. Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans include medical coverage plus prescription drug coverage and coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. All wrapped up into one convenient plan. Plus, there's a cap on your out-of-pocket costs. Humana has large networks of doctors, hospitals, and specialists across 49 states. So call or go online today and get your free decision guide. Humana, a more human way to help you.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, turning more edit days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the only prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injections, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor you're ready.
first was to make it that Jim Jordan would not become speaker. They feel that they are feeling good about achieving that goal. But the second part of this was trying to get back to a place where the House could function. And that's really the open-ended question that all lawmakers are trying to answer right now. Democrats sounding the note. They haven't decided anything behind closed doors this afternoon, but they're ready and waiting for Republicans to come to them with some ideas.
All right, Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, Jim Jordan, his paths are closing off to the extent he had one. Having 20 votes against you time and time again is not a way to win. He actually, according to Paul Kane of the Washington Post, in a very this is the lowest vote total for
Something else. I know you're laughing at me, Jake, but Allie, let me ask you about something else that's happening. There's also, we're covering obviously everything that's going on in Israel and Gaza, and it's now spilling over into the halls of Capitol Hill. What are you seeing with the protests that we're looking at here?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Some really stunning images as we see the Cannon Rotunda, one of the police bolstered their presence. They were expecting protests here on campus today, but we've certainly seen those folks come out in spades. Lawmakers have been passing pictures on their phones to each other, just trying to keep everyone aware of what these protests look like. But our understanding, Katie, and I'm sure you see the images on your screen right now, our understanding from our team that's in there is that the arrests are still going on and they're still trying to But it is another palpable reminder of the fact that the geopolitical landscape is one of such urgency right now, and this House is still in a state of effective paralysis.
Allie Vitale, Jake Sherman, my friends, thank you very much. And coming up, we are going to go back to the Middle East. Violence in Lebanon, what the United States is telling embassy staff. Also, what the Department of Homeland Security here in the United States is warning Americans about what could happen at home.
My active psoriatic arthritis can make me feel like I'm losing my rhythm. With Sky Rizzy to treat my skin and joints, I'm getting into my groove. Along with significantly clearer skin, Sky Rizzy helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And it's just 4 doses a year after 6 doses. Sky Rizzy attaches to and reduces a source of excess inflammation that can lead to skin and joint symptoms. With Sky Rizzy, 90% clearer skin and less joint pain are possible. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to Sky Rizzy, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Now's the time to ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
I think I'm ready for this. Heck yeah. With E-Trade, you're ready for anything. Marriage, kids, college. Kids moving back in after college. Finally, we can eat. You know you make me roll out. Then we looked around and said, wait a minute, this isn't even our stroller. You live with your parents. You own a house in the metaverse. Cool. I don't catch it. Here's to getting financially ready for anything. And here's to being single and ready to mingle. Who's ready
Stop.
to NyQuil should your honey, powerful cool flavors, and a dreamy honey taste. NyQuil Honey, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, honey-licious, best legal whole medicine. More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site. Really? Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
We have generations of low riding in our family. We're not sworn in, we're born in. And that's important to me because the Serrano legacy continues.
Dude, dog food in the fridge? It's not dog food. It's fresh fed. Real meat, real veggies. Real weird. He was bad luck anyway.
Hey, stop changing channels. I'm out here in the woods and you gotta see this. These solar gadgets from 4patriots.com are a godsend in a blanket. The Patriot Power Cell is a solar power bank that charges 3 devices at the same time. The Halo XC tactical flashlight, 9 life-saving functions to keep you safe. And the Sidekick solar generator, silent, fume-free, safe to use inside your home. Available only at 4patriots.com. Go now, it's 4patriots.com.
Trying on glasses using Warby Parker's virtual try-on is so lifelike, so realistic, that you might not even be able to tell what's real from what's virtual. Yep, it's that good. Virtually try on hundreds of styles in the Warby Parker app.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
We showed you the violence in the occupied West Bank at the top of the show, anger fueled by the explosion at a Gaza hospital, which killed 470 people, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, although NBC News can't confirm that. The IDF and now the U.S. government say the explosion was not from an Israeli rocket, U.S. intelligence saying it likely was not. But the Arab Street is still blaming Israel, with angry protests again in Ramallah, Jordan, Yemen, Turkey, Tunisia, Morocco, Libya, Iran, and also Lebanon. So joining us now from Beirut, Lebanon, is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. Matt, what did you see today?
Yeah, well, we ended the day, Katie, at the U.S. Embassy, where we saw right after the police and the military seemed to have cleared up all the protesters, they were putting the barricades that were blocking that road up to the U.S. Embassy back up. You could still smell the tear gas in the air, and it looked like, and it was clear, that the protesters had actually set fire to one of the commercial buildings that was next to the road leading up to the embassy. And I got to tell you, they didn't make it within, it looks like, a kilometer of the embassy because there's so many guards between that road and the embassy just based on the past threats that embassy personnel and the embassy itself have faced here in Lebanon. So the protesters never made it that close, but we were at a Hezbollah rally earlier in the day in the neighborhood of Dahia in southern Beirut, and there was an enormous amount of anger, not just against Israel, but also against the United States. The protesters there, they were mentioning the names Israel and the United States in the same sentence, with the same tones, with the same condemnation. They were also mentioning Netanyahu and Joe Biden together. For these protesters, there was no daylight between Netanyahu and Biden, between Israel and the United States. They see the United States as entirely complicit, or really just identical as a force in the Middle East to Israel. And this is something that we saw this rage going on and on. It was about that hospital explosion from last night, but at the same time, I spoke to some of those protesters, and of course, just not all of them do not buy Israel's line, as you mentioned, that this was an errant bomb or a rocket from a Palestinian militant group. None of them are accepting that notion. But when I asked them whether or not they would accept the idea if they had the evidence, they said no. This is about anger that goes back generations against the United States and Israel. It's not just about last night.
The narrative is already out there, so try cleaning it up. It doesn't seem to matter. Matt Bradley, Matt, thank you very much. And anti-Semitic flyers in Orange County, California. A gun pointed at a pro-Palestinian protester, or a number of them in Pennsylvania. A fatal stabbing of a Palestinian-American child, a little boy, in Illinois. Vandalism at synagogues here in New York City. The word Nazi spray painted across the sign for the Palestinian Cultural Center for Peace in Boston. Tensions and anger are also rising here in the United States. And American officials are warning it could turn into more violence here at home. Joining us now is NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. So, Tom, when you sat down, you said you're worried from what you're hearing from officials.
Well, I think there's been a real sea change in the last 24 to 48 hours. That laundry list of incidents that we've seen across the country, one obviously particularly violent, the stabbing of a 6-year-old boy 26 times by an individual who's now under arrest. When you look at these incidents and you look at the rhetoric on the line and just any sort of sniff of the internet over the last couple of days, you can tell that things have really ratcheted up. And that's what officials are concerned about. They're concerned about the idea that somebody will listen to these calls. And to be clear, there are now specific calls from Al-Qaeda groups, pro-Hamas groups, that are saying you need to do something at this point. And I think that's what's got law enforcement officials here so concerned about it, why you're seeing such a visible presence.
Any specific concerns for specific places? Is it more heightened in New York or in Washington, D.C., the city centers, in public transport, synagogues, or is it smaller communities? What else can you tell us?
Sure. So I think it's really across the board. Obviously, in various police departments across the country, they're focused on security in synagogues and mosques and having this increased presence at houses of worship across the country. That's definitely a thought, right? But the idea of this 2003, 2005 Homeland the Show, sort of massive plot involving people on all sorts of continents, that's kind of gone away. When you look at the successful terrorist attacks over the last decade or so, they've been individuals, either one person or two people, that have just decided to read the propaganda and act out on their own. So we're
very lucky for the most part. They haven't been very good at figuring out how to do a lot of, for the most part, for a lot of damage. I'm thinking of the Times Square Whitney bomber.
Exactly, perfect example. And so that person is not somebody who, the person that had the suicide vest, that person is not somebody who traditionally you're going to come across in the normal course of law enforcement work, running down threats and leads, which they are absolutely doing at this point. So I think right now they want to make sure that people know, specifically in New York City, which has been historically one of the prime targets, if not the prime target in this country, hey, we've got everybody possible that we can have in uniform. We have people that are out and available to respond to any sort of scene, and in any major public gathering places, we want these people to know that we're there and that if you try something, you're going to be met with force.
All right, Tom Winter, always good to know. It is certainly unsettling. Tom, thank you very much. And coming up next, we are going to go back to Capitol Hill. What options do Republicans have after another failed speaker vote for Jim Jordan? Don't go anywhere.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
So you live at home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Stanley Steamer is proud to clean over 1 million homes across America every year. With custom-made vans and cleaning equipment, our professional cleaning technicians have the knowledge and skills to get your home cleaner and healthier. Get the best for your home. Schedule a cleaning with your local Stanley Steamer today.
This is spring semester. There are over 13,000 U.S. school districts, which have become top targets for ransomware attacks. But there's never been a reported ransomware attack on a Chromebook, which is why thousands of schools, like the Fairfield Sicilian Unified School District, switch to Google Tools for education. So they can focus on teaching, and 22,000 students can focus on learning, knowing that their data is secure.
Are you guys watching? This is my favorite part. You're watching? Okay, time to get your own bed, Hank.
Should I ask my prices?
What do you like plaid? I do. Who wants popcorn?
Get more of what your pet loves with everyday great prices and fast free shipping and cheap. I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now through Sky Racing. Insignificant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how Advent can help you save.
Want Bitcoin exposure right in your brokerage account? Get it with Symbol GBTC. Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, the world's largest Bitcoin fund. GBTC. Bitcoin investing begins here.
I've spent centuries evolving with the world. That's the nature of being the economy. Observing investors choose assets to balance risk and reward, with one element securing portfolios time after time. Gold. Agile and liquid, a proven protector. An ever-evolving enabler of bold decisions. An asset more relevant than ever before. Gold, your strategic advantage.
I'm hearing different ways for me to screen for colon cancer.
It's time to use my voice. I got a choice where they want answers.
I sat down with my doc. We don't talk. We just what you say.
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a modified way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
Back now to Florida. Jim Jordan lost another vote to become Speaker. Joining us is former senior advisor to House Speakers Paul Ryan and John Boehner. Brendan Buck, he's also an MSNBC political analyst. Good to have you in person, finally. Okay, so Jim Jordan wanted to be Speaker of the House. Jim Jordan is somebody who's never passed a piece of legislation. The Speaker is responsible for passing legislation. How could he even get 200 votes with a record like that?
Yeah, well, Jim Jordan's very good at stopping things, and I think that's a lot of what the Republican conference is for.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, he actually is a better fit for this conference than Kevin McCarthy, or even himself candidly more of a centrist than he lets on. But there are enough people who agree with that. They say, okay, your Speaker of the House should actually be interested in doing things, and that's why you're seeing these people blocking him right now. And I promise you, it's 22 people blocking him now. There are a lot more people in that conference who are glad that he's being blocked right now. A lot more people who wish they had the courage to block.
Because he went after them over the weekend and said, if you don't vote for me, I'm going to unleash Republicans on social media and get you primary.
Because that's what they're afraid of, but they're glad that he's not getting it because they know that he would not be an effective speaker, and they know that he would put them in a lot of really bad positions.
All right, so the other option is a Patrick McHenry 30-day speakership or maybe more, give him a little bit more authority. Jim Jordan was asked about this just a moment ago by NBC News. Let us listen to what he said.
I think that's a call for the conference. The conference is wants that, and then we'll see. That's a conference decision. I'm not particularly supportive of that.
I'm quite sure who asked that. It could have been another network as they were chasing him. He walks very fast. Okay, so
because he doesn't want it.
Would the conference be supportive of it?
I think most people in the conference would be supportive. I mean, you're already seeing some people who voted for Jordan on the floor now saying they're ready to move to it. But this is difficult. This is going to be really delicate. You're going to have a lot of people, Jordan allies, who are going to see this as maybe what's getting in the way of their guy being speaker. I think you have to let Jordan come to the conclusion that he's not ever going to get there before you do this. I think if you try to ram this through the House right now, Jordan's folks would get all spun up. They would try to sabotage that just as they sabotage Scalise.
I have news on that. There are no more votes today, according to Ali Vitale, who just dropped that reporting. There will be votes tomorrow. So are we likely going to see a Jim Jordan vote tomorrow? One more try, third time's a charm maybe? Or are we going to see the pushing forward of the more empowered pro tem?
Well, really, I think it's up to Jim Jordan at this point, whether he wants to go through that again. And at some point, he's going to realize he's not going to become speaker, and whether he's going to allow the House to do something else. We know Jim Jordan is a fighter, though, and he probably won't take this very likely, and he probably thinks that he can continue to intimidate people. There's already reported that he's starting to do deals with some of these moderates in New York, giving them different tax provisions they've been looking for. Whatever he can do to solve, to get whatever he can do to get there. He's not going to give up quickly. It becomes very obvious that that's not.
Conference that can actually lead this conference? Is it possible?
I think Patrick McHenry is probably the person who's most likely, has
Did you know most vitamin supplements have a warning label on the back? That's because without the synergy of thousands of nutrients working together that are found naturally in whole fruits and vegetables, vitamins are not balanced. This is why Balance of Nature only uses whole fruits and vegetables, no isolates or synthetic vitamins of any kind. We take a variety of 31 of the highest quality fruits and vegetables and remove the water without changing the rich chemistry. It's then ground to a powder, blended to perfection, and encapsulated, preserving the nutrients and making it easy to get the fruits and vegetables you need. So even though Balance of Nature comes in a capsule and looks like a vitamin, it's very different. Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code LOVE.
The final brother, Yohanan, raced home from the U.S.
Something put me between New York and everyone started. I didn't sleep one night.
Back to his duties as a tank platoon commander. Naftali's unit was securing Kfar Aza, one of the first communities overrun by Hamas terrorists. More than 50 civilians were killed here, including children.
The horrific attacks that happened here cannot be answered in silence or in a weak response. This has to be fierce response fighting the evil that you see here today.
The siblings giving each other strength from afar.
I see my brother standing in the north, the south, everywhere. And I say, shooting, I know, look, yes, brother with you.
Sons of Israel and brothers in arms. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Kfar Aza.
That is going to do it for me today. Tomorrow we will bring you the conversation about Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership. We're having some technical difficulties at the end of the show. We're sorry for that. But do not go anywhere. After a very quick break, Deadline White House will start once again.
It's 4 o'clock in New York. It is 11 p.m. in Israel and in Gaza. Tail end of a hugely consequential day for every single person living in the Middle East, as well as for the American presidency. President Joe Biden, who is right now on his way home from Israel, spent much of the last 12 hours projecting strength and support for grieving families, for the Israeli people, and for the United States' ironclad commitment to one of its closest allies. Watch.
Hamas committed atrocities that recall the worst ravages of ISIS, unleashing pure, unadulterated evil upon the world. There's no rationalizing it, no excusing it, period. The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world, but it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was a sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It has brought to the surface painful memories and scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and the genocide of the Jewish people. The world watched then, it knew, and the world did nothing. We will not stand by and do nothing again. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever.
President Joe Biden's trip was more than what you saw, powerful, tangible reaffirmation of the strength and durability of the U.S.-Israeli alliance. It was also a problem-solving diplomatic endeavor, one that has already yielded actual tangible results. The President announced earlier that the U.S. would provide $100 million in humanitarian assistance for Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. That money goes toward things like clean water, food, hygiene support, medical care. That's according to the White House. For Israel's part, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said today that it would allow some humanitarian supplies into hard-hit Gaza through Egypt. In the south, food, water, medicine, but no fuel, and no humanitarian aid flowing through its own territory until and unless Hamas releases the more than 200 hostages. Those developments aside, another reason today was so historic and so important and frankly so fraught was its backdrop. While President Joe Biden, on the one hand, worked to get supplies to those who so desperately need them, on the other, his administration was focused on getting the truth out about a tragedy that was unfolding as we came on the air here yesterday. that tragic explosion at the hospital in Gaza, one that left hundreds dead. Last time we were together, we had few concrete details outside of what our colleague Ralph Sanchez reported was the quote fog of war. Today, there's some developments and updates and clarity to share with you. Two senior U.S. officials telling NBC News the U.S. has an independent assessment that it was a rocket, that it was not fired from Israel. Instead, it was fired from and by a Palestinian Islamic Jihad group. Now, that group misfired and hit the hospital. It should be clear, this Palestinian Islamic Jihad group is a designated terror group, so designated by the United States government and others. Israel concurs with this assessment. The IDF today releasing this aerial video of the hospital, which they say shows the location of the failed launch on the part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Israel also claims to have audio intercepts, which suggests that Hamas knows that Israel isn't and wasn't ever responsible for the tragic loss of life. But the Palestinians, absent any evidence, and perhaps for the purposes and effect of just what you see on the screen, are blaming Israelis and Israel. Still, as we speak, protests are spreading, not just throughout Gaza, but in other parts of the world as well. Just north in Lebanon, demonstrations turned violent near the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. Protesters threw rocks and fireworks and were met with tear gas and water cannons. As we said, President Joe Biden is making his way back from this historic trip. Still so dangerous, and his work appears to just be taking effect and getting started. Let's bring in New York Times Pentagon correspondent Helene Cooper and former chief of staff at the CIA and the Department of Defense.